Welcome, 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 welcome to all our politics. Today will be covering the Osun election live because it serves as a testing ground for all the political party ahead of 2027. All the noise, all the work, everything that every political party claims to be doing since 2023, they will have a test run at it today in Osun. And how you show up and show out as a political party will go a long way to either encourage, motivate, or discourage your followership ahead of 2027. So the ballot box does not care about press releases today or national grandstanding for the noise that we're making around half-cycle election like the Ocean. Strip away the noise and expose what a political party has actually built at the grassroots since 2023. When the results start rolling in, they are not just going to be numbers, they are unfiltered report card on structure, strategy, and staying power ahead of 2027. So people love to talk about 2027 as if it's something distant where magic happens. Like the national mood swing and last minute campaign rally can suddenly rewrite history. But let me tell you something. General elections are not won in the national secretariats of a political party. They are won or lost in the trenches, the villages, the ward, the polling units, right it down to the very people that cast the important votes. That is why an obstacle election test like this Oshun is so violently revealing. It acts like an institutional stress test. You can't fake a grassroots structure when the ballot board drops. Your ward, your local government machinery has been rooting since 2023 because leaders choose Abuja for comfort over local organizing. The result will expose it is broad daylight. Those wey go sit down for Abuja, they make us all television, all the platform, blah blah that we are doing something, we are mobilizing, the result will show. Every party walking into this election is carrying its scorecard on its back. The electorate isn't looking at empty promises anymore. They are looking at what you did, how you manage internal friction of your party, and whether your mobilization strategy serve the reality of the last few years. If you stumble here thinking you can course correct later, you are misreading the room. The mirror doesn't lie. What happens on election day like today in Osun is the ultimate preview of your readiness for the national election come 2027. So the game is on. Let's see who has put money where his or her mouth is as a political party. Everybody cannot emerge as a winner. That is noted and a fact. But how you perform matters a lot. All the take it back movement running around want to take Nigeria. Let's see how far you have organized in Osun State. All the obedience saying they are the future, they are ready to restructure Nigeria. Let's see how far you have prepared from 2023 to date. And to the ruling party who believe that their renew hope agenda is trickled down to the very last man in the community, we also show how far that has come today.
We started with 0 at 10:30. 272. 272. Yes, we'll cancel it. You cancel it now because you have allowed someone to snap it already. Hello. Let's see. I'm not why are you not taking it? I wonder.
People who are going to the ballot today to make one of democracy's most consequential choices. Who governs the state for the next 4 years? The decision is in the hands of the voters, and that they will exercise today. On the register are 2.339233 voters. An electorate that has grown by roughly 66% since 2014, and about 1.9 million people, 81.5% of registered voters have collected their PVCs. But here is a question today hanging over the election. Will they come out? That is a big question, and we are out right here early as 6 a.m. My colleagues and I are on the field trying to find out for you what exactly this election holds. Well, will they come out? That's a big question, because while the voters register has expanded dramatically, participation has been moving in the opposite direction. Governorship turnout fell from about 53% in 2014 to 42% in 2022, when more than 1.1 million registered voters did not vote in that election. And this is an electorate with a striking profile. Students alone account for 752,800 voters, almost 1 in every 3 people on the register. But take a look at it. The numbers tell only part of the story this morning. This is an election being conducted under extraordinary pressure. There's a mounting pressure of violence, they're saying, and pressure on INEC whether they will be able to deliver this election, where Yaga, Africa, and with the INEC data have identified 13 electoral hotspots, while Impact Electoral Pressure Index places 1.194202 voters, 51.1% of the electorate in 13 high or critical pressure LGAs. It's going to be a very critical one, isn't it? This is the last off-cycle election just before the general elections, and we're going to be taking you through the day in what is happening around the polling units, and not that alone, of course, around the areas that are bordering the state, because the state is bordered about 4 states in the southwest and the north central part of Nigeria. But let me introduce those who are keeping guard and keeping vigil with us. I'm being joined by a member of the Yaga Africa board, and is also the executive director of PACAC, is Mr. Ezenwa Nwagu, is an electoral
Make we no
democracy
forget, Yaga
advocate. Thank you so
Africa
much,
is
Ezenwa,
a
for joining us.
Oh,
subsidiary
great.
of
These are
Mr. Abdullah,
these
USAID.
are our fourth time here.
They
absolutely,
are
that's
agents
fine.
of the
This very,
West.
Absolutely.
very,
This is
very,
very
very.
pleased.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you,
Yaga
Ezenwa.
Thank
And I
Africa,
also have the executive director of Key
have been
Impact
renowned and empowered by
Initiative,
the
Mr. Bukola Idowu.
NGOs.
Thank you so much, Mr. Idowu.
Thank you very much. Good to be here
Paramilitary
again.
Thank you
unit
so
of the
much indeed.
USAID.
Let's begin the analysis. And what makes this very interesting for us here at Channels Television is that viewers who are at home, whether you're in diaspora or you are in any part of Nigeria, you don't need to bother, because we are right here on the ground as the drone is giving us the shot overhead, so you can see what is going on the ground. We can also tell you what is going on in our background. In the last hour or so, we've seen a heavy deployment right here. This is Iraq Center right here in Alekuwado, in the Salvation Army School, where we're seeing deployment of some of the officials. And this has about two or so polling units. But Ezewa, since you arrived about 40 minutes ago, what have you noticed?
Well, it tells you how logistically what may happen. It gives you a peep into what may happen logistically. Like we said, this is the rack center, and this is just a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and we have seen that quite a lot of the folks who will be doing this work are already out there. They've moved out to their different polling units. Just a few of them who will be handling the polling units in this place are around. If the morning is good, we hope that's what the evening will look like as well.
Yeah. Bukola, what do you make of the expectations, especially the NYC, the core members who are doing their mandatory 1 year youth core service to the nation, and they are the ones that are going to keep charge of this election?
I mean, this is amazing. Of course, with what I have seen now, you see them already here on time, and then you can see that they are moving into their polling units now, which is and all of them fully ready. In fact, before coming here, I have to pass through another rack center, which I also saw the same. The same preparation and then the readiness of the core members. So I understand they've been trained. I understand they've been here since day before yesterday. So what it means is that it looks like they are fully prepared for this election, and also in terms of the logistics that we have seen, you can see they are fully ready, even ready to board the vehicle to their various polling units. This is, of course, encouraging.
Very interesting what we are saying. But look, I like us to look at the scenario, which is I'm not going to take you away from the scene, because I know you.
Looking at scenario, let's start by looking at the political party grassroots organizational skill scenario. Because today serves as an audit. Today is the last audit being carried out by political parties to forecast 2027 general election. No matter how small of a political party you are, political movement, this is the last chance for you to put everything that you've been working on from 2023 to date into text. Run all the strategy or the mobilization or the empowering of the local community, building the class central leadership at the polling unit level across the nation. Your logistics skill will all be put to test today in Osun. So it's not just necessary about the winner. Yes, it's very important. A good moral booster for a political party, good encouragement if you able to pull it off. But in this particular election, they are very stages of winning. I expect some political party will just go there and put their logistic to test to see how efficient it's going to be. Some people will say, okay, this is how we are going to attack electoral uh, rigging. The machinery they put in place to check their rigging, all their agent and everybody. This is the time to test run every skill strategy that the political party have been working on for the past 3 years. Now, because national sentiment or general rhetoric cannot rescue a structure on election day. No amount of emotional outrage, no amount of last minute whatever, rhetoric trying to convince the voter, whatever you're going to do, it's not going to work today. So the only thing that is going to show up today in the results card is the work that you have been doing from 2023. So, because as an off-cycle election, the contest exposes whether wards, polling unit level are actively maintained or exist only on paper. Those ones where they go from TV to TV, from platform to platform. Oh, we are going door to door. Our people are everywhere. There's a member of my political party in every family in Nigeria. Blah, blah, all those nonsense that you will be spewing on television on every platform. We will see the work today. We will see the work. Now, again, today is also start as a test run to test how far you have recovered from 2023. Because every party carries the baggage of economic policy adjustment, internal friction, and shifting allegiance implementation since 2023. How a political party mobilizes its base today reveal whether it has successfully managed the local discontent or deepened voter apathy. If you have done enough to conscientize the people, to educate the people, and sell your ideology or policy to the people, we will see if it's enough to bring people out to the polling to vote, or it will discourage them. Because now, either way, you're either working to improve, to progress, or you are working to fail. So if there is a wider voter apathy, the people no gree show up to vote. It's not the fault of the federal government, not the fault of the INEC. It is the fault of the political party that failed to do their basic work, which is to reach out to the people, encourage them, motivate them, empower them, and lead them to the poll. Another thing again that today stands for is how far you have been working on your logistics, because all your resources and your logistics will be put to test today. Your deployment speed, data management skill, and agency coordination during an isolated election preview whether a political party has national apparatus can handle the simultaneous multi-state pressure of general election. If your logistics and your resources cannot be put to effectively use for just this small circulation, I wonder how you feel during the general election, whereby your attention is required in every polling unit of the country, which is about 777 local governments and 36 states plus FCC. If you cannot effectively pass this stress test of your resources and your logistics in Osun State, how do you expect to cope during the general election? These are some of the things that I am looking out for in this election, not necessarily who wins. This will give me a clear assessment of what you are going to pull off on 2027 as a political party. There's no two way around it.
Was more than 101,000 votes in 2014, just 482 votes in 2018, 28,344 votes in 2022. Those are the margins in all of the in each of the election here that determine who won the election. That tells you that the 482 votes can determine who won the election. It tells you that every vote is of essence in this election. So today, every polling unit will matter, every vote will matter, and perhaps most importantly, the integrity of every step of the process will also matter. If you look at what we're saying, 30 local government areas, 332 wards, 3,763 polling units. These are the figures we are looking at. And it's a population of over 3 million people, 2.339233 voters. Bukola, make sense of these figures for us.
Fantastic figure. And I think we need to first of all look at the number of that PVC collected. Now, 81% actually, when you look at that, is actually not a bad number. Though it might be a bit lower compared to what you have in Ekiti, that you have 97%, but you have 81% here now, and that talks about a whole lot of things. But again, that number also did not include downloadable PVC, because when you have to look, INEC has not released that number of people that downloaded their PVC and that they will be able to use it, because the national chairman also talked about, look, they are going to use downloadable PVC. The REC have also emphasized it for those people who have gone through that process to download their PVC. It will be interesting to add that number to this to see what we have. Again, you also have to look at in terms of participation that you mentioned. Osun State election has always been very, very competitive. For instance, when you look at that figure of 2014, where you have 100,000 margin of lead, and I think 101,000 margin of lead. You compare that with what we have been having in Ekiti. For instance, in 2014 in Ekiti, I think 2014, where a governor had like about 16, won the entire 16 local government. Now, which it was 16-0, and I don't think that has ever happened in Osun, where we had 30-0, and so it has always been a competitive election. Then you move into 2018, the margin of lead was less than 500. So then you come to 2018, which you mentioned, 2022, which is like about 28,000. So which means Osun election has always been very competitive. Then leading up to this election, you have also seen how competitive in terms of campaign, in terms of mobilization, this has been. So in this election, if we have to really ask ourselves, one thing I think we happen in this election is that every vote will matter, every vote can make a difference, and I also see that the polling agents are going to be very, very alert, because they are going into a competitive election.
There's a free trading and investing workshop happening this week in New York City. Trading Academy is bringing 25 years of financial education to this.
Absolutely. What does those figures tell you, those numbers? Because increasing number in the terms of people on the ballot, but participation is very key, isn't it?
Yeah, so there are, like we know, there are many reasons why people will come out to vote. What do they think about governance generally? That is an indication that hits at the heart of why people vote. Is government responsible to the citizens in a way that they want to reciprocate that responsibility? That's key. But what we are not paying attention to is the resource component of what has happened in Osun State. Osun State has become one of the hubs for mining, mineral resources, and these are very important mineral resources. So the context is not just about now what comes from the federal, it is also about who controls the resources of the state. So that has made it more competitive. The political economy of this election is much more attractive now to politicians. If you control the state, you control its mineral resources, you control IGR, you control. So it wasn't like that before. It was the significant play that mineral resources is playing in the state now was not what it used to be in time past. So these numbers is also about how the people themselves feel about their own responsibility in this that is at stake right now. So I am thinking that we will see more push because everyone is out, the opposition, the position, and you know that the significant thing about this now is that the government here is in position, but it's opposition, outside of it. So the interplay of all of this is what's going to make this election very interesting.
Interesting. But your expectations, Bukola, for this election, if you compare from Ekiti, what the figures are telling us, the number of PVC collected and the turnout of voters, make sense of the numbers for me. Were you excited, or does it give you some sense of hope that there will be, if we saw an increasing number on the register, on the register, compared to the people who turn up to the election? If you look at Osun, if you want to, do the permutation, does it excite you to see whether or not people are going to come out? If you use Ekiti's figures to be able to extrapolate.
So, judging with that Ekiti figure, I think Osun people will come out because let's go back. Ekiti State, if you look at their turnout from 2014, because they have the same election year, 2014, 2018, 2022. I don't think Ekiti State, in fact, Ekiti State have not surpassed 45% when you look at it, when in terms of turnout. In fact, the last one is not even up to 35% or thereabout. Or no, I think it's like 36. Now, what it means is that if you look at 2014 in the Osun State, that was 53% turnout. Then in 2018, they have like about 45%. Then in 2022, they have 42% turnout. So what it means and what the data is saying in Ekiti admission is that, look, Ekiti may have higher PVC collection but lower voter turnout. Now, you also have Osun that consistently for the 3 elections have not gone below 40%. So what it means again is that it's possible, and which I think, and this is my expectation, that you are likely going to have close to that 40% turnout here in this election. And I think it's one election that the citizens also want to participate. The politicians are also mobilizing, and just because of one of the reasons is because of what he said. In the past, you may not even be interested. Allocations are small. There is no mineral.
Let's bring footage from Osun. What's going on ground? Let's join Arise to bring you that.
They started going through the word, all the different, a particular word. Yeah, before I even take you to what's happening here, we just left Ejigbo local government where the ADC candidate voted. And that place has been marked by electoral violence. We experienced all kind of violence there. We escaped by I don't know what, just few seconds it would have gotten into something else. We also witnessed vote buying. I heard Shola saying there's no yet vote buying. We witnessed vote buying there. The community youth were accusing a particular party of buying of votes. They were even displaying the money. They started going through all the word, all the different. A particular word we were was word 4 Unit 13 of Ejigbo local government where that happened, and the videos are coming out of there even though we left just minutes before everything got into that state, has shown that it's really got hard even with gunshot and all of that. But here we are in Awo, in Egbedore local government area in Osun State, and we are in Ward 1, Unit 7. And just behind me here, we have this people lining up just to make sure that they cast their vote. Just like also we are seeing in other places, I think the verification machine, we need more of those machines here where the people are, we have the passport and the capturing of every voter is properly done. It needs to be speed up because a lot of persons have been here waiting to cast their vote, but because of the challenge with how that machine has to be used one after the other, then we have to see that things need to be speed up here.
All right, Joseph, can you hear me?
Websites your competitors don't want you to know, part 2. All you do is go to this website, and it lets you find out exactly how much your competitor.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Very good. Now, where you had that skirmish earlier, because I can see the presence of some policemen and I think an NSCDC official behind you, were there the presence of security personnel? And while this was going on, did they do anything?
Yeah, it was like they were there and they were not there. It's a situation where we don't even know what exactly on what side or whose side they are and all of that. That's what the community, the youth in that community thinks. They feel that the presence of security will not stop them from whatever they want to do. What I mean, what they want to do now in terms of disrupting the election and all of that. But what we saw there was before the attack happened.
ẹ máa wo ibi tí kálukú bá tẹ̀. lórí oko títí bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkan sọ fún ẹ wo ibi tí kálukú bá tẹ̀. ẹ tó bá ti tẹ nǹkan tí ó yẹ kó tẹ̀ nǹkan ṣe. lórí oko ìgbàwó wà lórí ẹ̀ wà lórí ẹ̀ yìí. èyí mọ́ wà lórí ẹ̀. ẹ máa wo ibi tí kálukú bá tẹ̀. lórí oko títí bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkan sọ fún ẹ wo ibi tí kálukú bá tẹ̀. ẹ tó bá ti tẹ nǹkan tí ó yẹ kó tẹ̀ nǹkan ṣe. lórí oko ìgbàwó wà lórí ẹ̀ wà lórí ẹ̀ yìí. èyí mọ́ wà lórí ẹ̀.
ọlọ́pàá ṣe máa yin sí àgáàsì wọ́n gbé kínní lẹ́kìtì wọ́n fi ọkọ̀ màsíríà tán tó wọ́n mọ́tò máa yin sí àgáàsì wọ́n tún kọ́ màsíríà lọ sọ fún ọmọ ni o sọ fún ọmọ ni ẹ̀yin ọlọ́pàá. This is Modákẹ́kẹ́ Wọ́tẹ́ come and see useless policeman àwọn olórí burúkú sọ fún ọdún mọ́tò ọgbà yìí ni o. This is their face. Boko Haram lẹ́ni o useless people àwọn yìí tí a gà sáwọn èèyàn kò sí já kò sí kankan o kò sí já kò sí kankan o gbogbo àwọn campus gbogbo àwọn àjọ gbogbo wọn ti sá lọ wọn ti gbé bọ̀ tìrí àká àti ẹ̀tìrì everything ò sí calm àwọn olórí burúkú àwọn ẹni òfò ẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé ẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé. yin tear gas. Wọ́n gbé kíní election ṣe. Wọ́n fi ọkọ̀ material tán. Tó wọ́n mọ́tò wọ́n yin tear gas. Wọ́n tún kọ́ material lọ. Sọ fún ọmọ ni o. Sọ fún ọmọ ni ẹ̀yin ọlọ́pàá. This is Modaike Wote. Come and see useless policeman. Àwọn olórí burúkú. Sọ fún ọdún mọ́tò ọgbà yín ni o. This is their face. Kò pọ̀ ọmọ lẹ́ni o. Useless people. Àwọn yìí tí a gà sáwọn èèyàn. Kò sí jọ́ kò sí kankan o. Kò sí jọ́ kò sí kankan o. Gbogbo àwọn couples gbogbo àwọn àjọ gbogbo wọn ti sá lọ. Wọ́n ti gbé bọ̀ tìrí àká àti ẹ̀tìrì. Everything ò sí calm. Àwọn olórí burúkú àwọn ẹni òfò. Ẹ ti gbà bọ̀dé.
When I hear the language where they speak, I mean, no be all the church or church on top platform and TV. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what is called the reality of the day. No be to, if you have not been on ground monitoring and organizing the voters, sorry, they go over you, as they say. So Osun is in, so I said, it's a testing ground for all the political parties. How you perform or how you perform today will have a long way, a long effect on the general election come 2027. This is the last opportunity for all the political parties to stress test their strategy
How is the voting process going on, and what have you
and their
observed so far?
organizational skill.
Thank you very much, Amabola, for joining us. Like you rightly said, we're in Ede. Specifically, we're at Ward 2, Unit 9, Sagwa voting unit here in Ede. It was here like an hour, less than 2 hours ago, that the candidate of the Accord Party, Mr. Governor Ademola Adeleke, who is also the incumbent governor, actually voted, to to vote for himself as a candidate in this election. So you can see how loud the crowd of voters here is. This is not just the only unit. There's another one by my extreme right here, where voters have equally turned out in their large numbers. I mean, so far so good. The process is ongoing. Though at this unit here, Unit 2 here, there was some kind of disagreement, that was brewing shortly after the governor had voted and left. The voters that were on the queue, or that have been on the queue all day, observed that the process was slow. According to them, their complaint was that the accreditation was slow in getting them accredited. Even some of them, their fingerprints were not being recognized, their facials not being captured. But eventually we realized that it was just a matter that needed to be approached with some kind of caution, because some of the youth around here who actually have been helping out in ensuring that everything goes smoothly actually got on top of the situation, and we realized that it wasn't actually the beavers machine that was slow. It was because, according to the explanation by one of the youth there, what he said was that when male voters are coming in, they realize that they get accredited more rapidly, unlike when female, especially those wearing their hijabs, I mean covering their ears and part of their faces, they don't get that rapidly accredited, and that is what is actually slowing down the process. So, but now the process the situation has improved and everything is moving on. They're expecting over 1,000 voters to turn out here, and this is just about past 12. So we still have hours before voting here will close. So these people are here. They're getting accredited, and some of them have actually, or many of them are actually voted, and many are still waiting on the line to perform their civic responsibility. I have one of them who has actually been here all day. He's here to share with me his experience here. Your name is Mr. Barry?
Mr. Barry is a Kanam.
Okay, you're here at this polling unit to perform your civic duty.
But 2 Unit 9.
Yeah. Have you voted?
I voted.
Okay, what's your experience? What do you want to tell me about the process?
The voting process is going on normal. There is no problem. This is exactly where the governor votes. So there's no problem. The voting is okay.
Okay.
There's no
earlier there was some kind of shouting about when some people complained that the process wasn't as fast as they expected. Everything is been brought under control now. You can confirm to us that the process is
the Viva was about to behave on rationally. So at least it has been corrected.
Okay.
So there's no point. The voting is going on smoothly.
Good, Mr. Barry. Thank you very much for talking to us. That's one of the voters here confirming to us that, well, truly there was some kind of disagreement. There was some kind of shouting bout because of what some voters perceived as the slow process of the accreditation. But that, has been overcome now, and the process is ongoing. I think I have another gentleman here who is equally ready to speak with me about his experience as a voter here. What's your name, please?
Osun Abikarim.
Okay. You are here to vote?
Yes, I've been on the queue for a while. I've not voted.
You have not voted. How long have you been here for?
I've been here since 10. That's over 2 hours now.
Okay. But it's not your turn yet.
I'm still on the queue.
Because there is
the accreditation, of course.
That is here to actually vote.
That's right.
What do you have to say about the process that you've seen since you've been present here in the last 2 hours?
Everything has been peaceful for now, and I believe and I pray that it continues to be so. But the only observation that I've seen at this time is the fact that the Beavers machine that is covering this particular unit is not enough.
Okay.
I've made to understand that I think INEC said they can provide 2 Beavers machines for a polling unit that has over 1,500 voters. But here we are around 1,082. Of course, it is not enough because the process is too slow.
If you're 1,082, you are not up to the 1,500.
Yes. If INEC can still consider for future occasions, bring the number down to 1,000, I believe it will suffice in future.
So that voting process in this area, for instance, will be faster.
Yes.
Thank you very much for talking to us and sharing your experience with us. That's another voter there. I mean, you see, these are suggestions. Those are things that we take away from here, and the electoral authorities, the planning authorities may want to consider going forward. I've got another voter who will quickly just say 1 or 2 things to me before I come back to you in the studio, guys. Please tell me your name, gentleman.
My name is Comrade Iron Babatunde.
Mr. Babatunde, you are a voter here?
Yes.
I mean, have you voted or you're still waiting on the line?
I'm still waiting. I've been here since 9 o'clock. Okay. Though I had the governor came here to vote around 8:40. He was here around 8:30 and he voted around 8:40. I was here around 9 o'clock. Up to this moment, I have not voted. Actually, based on what the information I saw on ground is the beavers. We have an issue with the beavers. The beavers has a slow recognition. When they are using it, it's not recognizing some people.
Well, that was some hours back. Now
that was some hours back. After the hours, we gave information to the INEC official that they should call their bosses. When they called them, they came back to come and rectify it, and it started working again. Immediately they left for some minutes. It started making it slow again. But now it's working fast because out of 1,087 voters, they have registered 154 now, and this after 12. We are after 12. I have not voted, which I'm still on my queue to vote. We have a lot of people on ground to vote.
There is nothing to actually worry yourself about. As long as you're on the queue before 12, you are going to vote no matter what time it's. I mean, that's the rule. So don't worry yourself about it. I mean, you've observed that the process was slow, and now the beavers machine is working normal now.
Now the beavers is working normal now. What I'm insisting is that this is after 12, yes, and we have been here. And when it's around 3 or 4, maybe the INEC people may say they want to leave, which we are not going to accept that. They are going to do the accreditation and the voters are the last person. If it is 6 o'clock, we are going to stand.
They know the rule. They have that brief. Don't get agitated. I understand you, but you must learn. You must learn to equally just flow with the process. They know what to do. Just as
That's why we are patient. This is Ward 2, Unit 9.
Good. Please continue that patience so that the entire process goes smoothly and there's no tension. Thank you very much. Another voter there. I mean, who is getting a bit agitated that no matter what, but I mean that's the rule. As long as you're on the queue at this by 12, no matter what time it takes, you must be allowed to vote. So that's but I mean you should understand how the voters are thinking here. I think I still have another gentleman who is willing to say one or two
I
things to
wonder
me
what happened
before
to
we
the real-time
reach you guys
results.
back.
Are we
So
getting
please
the
tell me your
real-time
names.
results?
I am Alaji Chief Olaboye Mudashiru.
Okay, you are a voter at this unit, right?
Yes, I'm a voter in this unit.
You voted?
I'm still waiting to vote.
Okay, how long have you been on the queue?
Yes, I'm on the
How long
queue.
have you been on the queue, sir?
I arrived here since 6 a.m. this morning.
Wow, interesting. And you have not been able to vote?
Yeah, I'm not been able to vote for now because of the challenges we are having on the beavers. The beavers is giving us enough problems since morning. I have complained to journalists more than 4 times today. And I think the thing is still the same thing because we suppose.
Some of your fellow voters have just confirmed that it's working.
Yeah, it is now. It is working. It will work normal for a while and after stop. Now, because here we have more than 1,000 voters, where we're supposed to have at least 2 beavers for the process to be fast.
All right, I understand your point, and that's a challenge to you can leave, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate your talking to us. I mean, it's the same line of thought for majority of the voters that they observe that one beaver's machine may not be too good for a unit that has this large number of voters. So for now, I mean, the authorities may want to look into future planning for polling units like this, so that the amount of complaints that we're getting will reduce. But for now, like we reported, the process is ongoing. We hope that the beavers machine does not slow it down again significantly, so as to allow these voters that have been out here for hours participate in the process and go back home awaiting the results. Omobola and Lee.
All right, Tokunbo Oyetunji, many thanks for your thoughts out there in Ede, Osun State. I'd like to thank you very much. And of course, it's heartwarming to note that quite a number of people are out to vote.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast, and intelligent way to launch online. Landing pages, content hubs.
We now take you to Ota Efon, where voting is underway in the Osun State governorship election. Tokunbo Oyetunji is on the ground with the latest from the area. Tokunbo, what's the situation there, and how is the voting process progressing? We spoke about an hour or two ago, so what has changed?
Thank you very much. Like you rightly said, the right pronunciation of that place is Ota Efon, right here in Osogbo. Okay, it's as if you're driving out of Osogbo to Ikirun. But I mean, this is what's happening. We can see this large crowd of voters here, lining up to vote. Majority of them have been here.
I've done my civic duty, I've voted, and as of now, things are going on smoothly. I hope it stays that way. But I have it on authority information that there is one police officer that they brought to come and do an active job, the APC Osun, from Port Harcourt. They call his nickname London. He's here in Ede hiding. His own job is to come and destroy Ede and then avoid so that he can scare people, shooting, so that they will not vote. So I'm calling the Inspector General of Police to take note. I'm calling all the security agencies to take note. They should redeploy him. We don't want him in Osun. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic
duty. That's one. And two, the pattern of voting should be from unit to ward and to local government. Not that they will take local government collation straight to state capital. That is not acceptable. That's a form of rigging. And I heard it on the authority that the APC have, trying to rig, have some fake ballot papers. I want Osun people to watch out, to watch out for that too. And then we don't accept. Well, we will not accept that in Osun. Right now, as I'm voting right now, I just received a call in Modakeke and Obagu that police is aiding them to tear gas them so that people can run away. And people are resolute. They just want to perform their civic duty. Let the security agency please be neutral and watch it. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, I have God on my side and I have my people on my side. I'm going to win this election. Yeah. I've already told you. I said so far so good. It's been peaceful in my area here. I hope it's like that cut across. But it's not peaceful in Modakeke and of course in Obaogo. The police are aiding the APC to tear gas people so that they will not vote. The thugs took the ballot box and ran away. So we have already reported this to the security agencies. I hope they do something so that they will not turn Osun State into war zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Like the governor, I spoke with confidence, and if we want to go by what he's saying, it will be a peaceful out.
The ground with the latest. Olushola, what is the situation there, and what are you experiencing at the moment since we last spoke?
Okay, Nei, thank you very much. We are now at Unit 10, Ward 1 in Ajebandele in Ile-Ife town. And we have complaints of security tension that almost led to rifts, but it was later averted. But according to somebody that we'll be speaking with now, he said it led to delay of voting here. So I have with me here Mr. Taiwo to speak on what transpired here. Mr. Taiwo.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us what actually transpired here?
Good afternoon. So we are here in the afternoon. My name is Taiwo Adeshola Adeyemi. The voting was going on smoothly here. Suddenly, we just saw a convoy. The convoy, they came with like five vehicles. One out of it has the presidency plate number. The other one was covered. Suddenly, we just saw people here just saw is the candidate of APC, People's Congress. His name is Honorable Adeyinka Adejobi, aka Esho, with of his gang. They just came in. Suddenly, we just saw some minutes later, we saw another convoy that came in with the presence. When the guy come down, now that's the incumbent House of Assembly service now. It just came in. Unfortunately, we just saw them attacking the guy, and he was beaten up, and Rofando tore his clothes, and everything just scattered. People are just running away. So that is how things were just going.
And this voting exercise, what time did it start?
No, we started around 9:30. It's around 9:30 that we started with accreditation. That's what really happened.
Okay, thank you very much. We also have one of the persons here from the All Progressive Congress to speak with us here. Can we meet you, your name?
My name is Olarewaju Omolade.
Tell us
the
what
APC.
happened here.
We thank God everything is going smoothly. So the people, they cooperate with us. There's nothing, there's no problem. So we have, we don't have anything to say, but we thank God that everything goes smoothly. Thank you.
But you were here when this man was talking about who came here and they tried.
There's nothing like that.
What you are trying to say now is there's nothing like that. Are you saying he was telling lie?
Yes, he's telling lie. It's not going. It's not like that. So that person came here, but she just advised us to cooperate with the INEC officer. So he didn't do anything that can affect the election.
But according to the man, he said voting started by 9, and most places we have been to today, voting started by 8 a.m.
8. The votes start by 8 o'clock. I'm here. I was here by that time.
That is it for now. As events unfold, we'll get it reported.
Very good. Olushola Omilano, would like to thank you very much, reporting from Ife, Osun State. Hopefully we'll get more in our subsequent bulletins from you. It's good to have you with us.
The keyboard is the bottleneck. It's always
How is it going, sir? Give us an understanding. We are here in Mudakeke, somewhere in Ebe. What is the situation? Let's be moved.
How would you describe the electioneering process?
So far, so good. The report of my agent being recognized in most of the wards across the state is worrisome and disturbing. Despite the fact that we uploaded all the names of our party agents, especially in Nijibu here, all the agents in Ward 5 for ADC, they were not given tag. And it happened in 10 local governments across the state like this. So this process, I've reported to the authority and they are looking into it because when they are counting the votes, it will be necessary for my agent to be recognized at the polling unit. So outside that, in the Djibouti local government, we have been doing it. No crisis for now. I want to believe it go like this till the end of the whole exercise. As it is, we don't have, except that the party agent, which is a lot to me. If you do not have party agent, you can know, you understand what it means. And all the names have been uploaded onto the platform of INEC. I don't know why we are going like denying us of having the party agent now. So maybe towards the end of the election process, I will still address the press and let the people know how far we go with it.
Okay, so let's how would you compare the INEC preparation, especially compared with previous?
Yes, what I'm saying is part of the preparation of the in the set of the INEC. When you requested for party agent, I mean, you requested for the party to upload their party agents, and we did. How? I don't understand how and why the party agent will not be given tag. So it is one part of the process. So if at the end of the day we do not have this, then the process is very questionable. And for now, I will be silent on it till when we come to the end of the whole exercise.
However, sir, are you confident that you win this election?
Oh, it used to be a free and fair election with no rigging, manipulation, a level playing ground. I trust my God that I'm going to win the election.
Thank you very much.
So finally, sir, someone questioned that at your own polling units, they had to arrest people buying votes.
Yeah. Well, you are just coming. definitely it cannot be my party. We are not into that. We canvass for the people, we let them know our programs, and that is what we do. Vote buying is out of it. I have never in my life buy votes. People will decide whom they want, and I think it should be very fair enough for them to have the right to choose whom they prefer as a candidate or as a governor of the state, instead of going through the number of billions and dollars that have been rolling in the state for the while. Is a lot, and it's worrisome and disturbing, and it's a threat to democracy. Democracy is supposed to give room for people to choose their representative freely, without intimidation, harassment, or inducement. Why do we need to induce the voters because you want to rule? Are you sure of yourself? Are you coming with the program that are very good for the people? I think people will judge me based on my program manifesto and what I want to deliver for the state. Definitely my party is not involved in vote buying.
If you do win, and how would you carry the people who you vote for? How would you carry them along to move us forward?
I'm to govern the whole state. There won't be difference between who votes and who do not vote. Don't forget, some people are even at home. Did not even come out at all. They are to be under the governors of the state. So there won't be any difference. I will rule generally over everybody that lives in the state.
Center, and I'm particularly interested in your view about the turnout of voters today. Would you say there is apathy, there is care that the heavy military presence might scare people from not coming? Do you see that affecting anything?
Well, let me say this. I want to commend the security agencies for doing a wonderful job. It's been peaceful all through, and the turnout has been very impressive. The presence of the military or policemen is to ensure that there is security and people are encouraged to go and vote. Our state is known for peace. I don't see why voting, which is a normal process, should create any issues at all. So I'm impressed, and I believe that we're achieving the same kind of peace.
Yes,
the state. So I don't see much of a problem. I must commend the civil agencies.
Okay.
And I thank our people.
You are live.
I thank our people for coming out en masse to vote for their candidate, which I believe will be our candidate anyway. So this is a progressive state. And particularly here, there's no reason why people will not come out. We've actually enjoyed the dividend of democracy all over the state, and people are yearning for a change. So the most appropriate thing is for them to come out en masse and vote so that they can have a way of confirming that this is the kind of government that they want. It's a normal process of 4 years, so they should not miss this opportunity. So I think it's okay. Thank you.
What are your expectations, sir?
My expectation is that we are going to win. My candidate is winning, by grace of God. Kí wọ́n ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ kí wọ́n lọ dìbò ní àní jàgídíjàgan. Ìpínlẹ̀ ọmọlúwàbí la wà àti ṣe oníwàhálà. Orúkọ tí wọ́n fẹ́ fún wa yẹn ṣe tiwa. Gbogbo wa ká jáde, ká dìbò wa ká dẹ̀ padà sílé. Ká dẹ̀ gbà pé tí Ọlọ́run bá ní yóò débẹ̀ ló máa débẹ̀. Ọlọ́run nìkan ló fi hàn sípò. Ẹ ṣé. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It's as if the election is going on X-free successfully. We'll on the story later. What is waiting all these hungry men? All this here is
Welcome to Perspectives, where we take a deep dive into the issues of the day, as usual, and where we take a look at people's opinion on such issues. I am Ruth Seme. Welcome back to Perspectives, your Rise News. Osun State is more than just another governorship election, which is taking place today. As the last major electoral test before 2027 general elections, it offers Nigerians a chance to examine the health of our democracy and whether confidence in the ballot box can be rebuilt. With millions of Nigerians now eligible to vote for the first time, questions about electoral integrity, vote buying, the credibility of INEC, and the participation of a new generation of voters are beginning to sound even more urgent. They're becoming more urgent. At the heart of this concern is a simple question: can ordinary Nigerians still trust the ballots to make a difference? The answer will depend not only on the conduct of the election, but also on what voters do with the opportunity before them. Will they turn out? Will they resist the temptation of vote buying? And will young Nigerians, in particular, see participation as a pathway to influencing the future that they want? Beyond who wins or who loses, Osun State could offer an important indication of how Nigerians are approaching the 2027 elections. Whether voter apathy is deepening or participation is growing, whether electoral institutions are becoming more trusted or more contested, and whether citizens are prepared to demand greater accountability from those who seek their votes.
Of August 2026, the people of Osun State will be exercising their franchise. This is one opportunity in 4 years that allows you the opportunity to choose leaders of your states, your great states. As long as you are above 18, it is your right to participate in the electoral process. What is our responsibility as the police? Our responsibility is to secure the electoral process. What is your own role? Your role is to come out en masse to vote. Your role is to ensure that we abhor all forms of political thuggery and violence. Osun State is known as the land of virtue. Osun State has over 2.4 million voters with over 3,000 polling units across 30 local government areas. The police in its own will ensure that security is made available for every single voter. Elections come and go, but our common objective remains the peace of Osun State. No blood of any Osun citizen is worth the political career of anyone. I call on all stakeholders, political leaders, voters, youths, civil society organizations to ensure that we collectively make this an election to remember. God bless Osun State. God bless the Nigerian Police Force. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So that sounds a bit encouraging. So to discuss this issue, I have my guests with me on today's edition of Perspectives. My first guest is Atedo Peterside, the founder, Stanbic IBTC Bank, president and founder, ANAP Foundation, distinguished banker, entrepreneur, economist, and public policy advocate with decades of experience in Nigeria's financial sector and national development. I also have Samson Itodo. He is the executive director of Yaga Africa, a civic organization dedicated to promoting democracy across Africa. He has been a pivotal figure in advancing electoral integrity and democracy in Africa. My last guest is Dengi Yefa Angalapu, who will also be joining us later on the show from our Abuja Broadcast Center. And Galapu is a research analyst at Center for Democracy and Development. So you're all welcome to Perspectives with me today. So let's start with you, Mr. A. Osun electoral governorship election is the last one before the general election in 2027. Beyond the winner, what should Nigerians watch most closely? And how can INEC, what must INEC do to restore confidence in the electoral process?
I mean, yes, I think saying the obvious, Osun is the last off-cycle election before the general election. Yes. So it's significant. And also, if INEC is not ready for Osun, if they bungle or so, the chances are that they will not be ready for the general election. If you can't organize yourself in one state, it's unlikely you can organize yourself all over the country. The things I would like to stress is that, number one, this election, Osun, same as 4 years ago, it's a referendum on INEC, on the security agencies, the police, everybody. It's a referendum on all of them because they are on trial. In the eyes of the Nigerian public, they are on trial. So last time around, and I'll say it because I've criticized INEC so much, INEC did well in Osun. By 6 p.m., we saw all the results on IREV. We knew who the winner was. Nobody altered results and all that. Of course, when it came to presidency, it was a different story. But I'm just trying to show you that last time around, INEC passed the test in Osun. I hope and pray this time they will pass the test in Osun.
They will live up to their last experience. Okay, this your Go Nigeria began as a non-partisan civic initiative, to deepen citizens' engagement in democracy, basically. But what gap does it seek to fill, and how has the mandate expanded beyond just voter participation?
Yes, because you can say we expanded the mandate, but we talk in terms of introducing 4 pillars to go along with the mandate. Because you cannot just go and tell young people to come and register to vote. And please, when I say young people, my top priority this year, people in many countries go Nigeria what weeks for these young voters. Encouraging them to come out is tricky. We focused on trying to train the trainer, convince some young people, get them to convince other young people. It's like young people only listen to other young people. So if you convert enough of them, critical mass, it helps to make a big difference. So for many of them in Osun, it's the first time out. You and I may be cynical because of our age, but for them it's excitement. It's the first time they are allowed by Nigeria to come out, and I hope that Nigeria does not disappoint them.
So, what have the young people that you have trained to train the younger ones to come out? What has that process been like? Has it been successful?
Well, I think the only way to measure success is the overall number of new young people that registered. INEC will bring out the figures soon, but the last figures I saw were very encouraging.
Yeah, they were about over 2 million or something.
Are you joking?
Yes.
Nationwide, it was close to 40 million.
No, I'm talking about Osun State.
Okay, but I'm talking nationwide.
Okay, yes.
Because I'm just talking nationwide because, but of course, Osun becomes the first place that those young people. Yes. And let me tell you one thing about Nigeria's demography. In any election in Nigeria, if these young people, those voting for the first time, 18, 19, 20, 21, if they all vote for the same person, invariably that person has won. It happened many years ago. Yes, we saw it,
But we're assuming that...
I'm just saying that if they all... nobody is saying they will do so. But there are so many that if they turn out and they all vote largely for the same person, case closed.
But I think more importantly, that they can guarantee that there's no rigging. Then the results will truly reflect what the people voted.
Let's go step by step, because this rigging, the first way to aid rigging is poor voter turnout. People don't come out and vote. That helps the riggers. Conversely, the riggers' nightmare is a huge turnout. A huge turnout means you have to have several votes in all.
The first point of contact to get people to vote is to educate them, to get them informed. That is the first step. They cannot turn out without knowing what they are turning out for. That's the first step. Now, where I disagree with all these so-called elites, always going for the short term, the low-hanging fruits. You have to start educating them. Now, not be when they don't turn 18. It's when they be 15, 16. That is when you take education to them about the process, about the election. By the time they turn 18, they are empowered with enough information to make the right choices. Like,
You may nullify and falsify and find that you have still lost. So I always tell people that instead of being disenchanted, instead of giving up on the system, get off your backside, go out there, do your best to vote. Because it's large numbers of people coming out to vote that overwhelm riggers. I've already called it the riggers' nightmare. Think about it. People talk about vote buying and all that. If the turnout is phenomenal, even the money you have earmarked for vote buying may finish.
Well, what was it in last elections? Was there a huge turnout for Osun State?
The turnout, if I remember the numbers figure, the turnout, I believe it was in the high 20s in terms of percentage, which is not bad for Nigeria.
High 20s?
Percentage, yeah, or perhaps it was even 30, but we can check that later.
Even that in itself is still low.
Yeah, but hey, there are elections in Nigeria where the voter turnout is 10%, 11%, so let's be careful. Also, very important to remember, the INEC register, in terms of registered voters, I believe, is biased upwards. Let me explain. I bet you when you go and vote, if you have lived in a particular polling unit area repeatedly for 10 years, when you go and vote, you will see names of people who died last year, died year before, died 3 years ago. Because INEC does not have a foolproof way of knowing who is alive, who is dead. Exactly. So they are biased towards leaving names there on the register because you don't know if the man is alive or dead. So it's better to err on the side of leaving a dead man's name than to remove it. I don't want to go into details, but I have seen name of somebody who died in 2016.
But are these names exploited by the riggers?
I mean, it varies from polling unit to polling unit, but it creates a potential. But then if you're using beavers, it should not make a difference.
Yeah, but they use beavers.
I'm just saying that if they follow the rules and use beavers, because if somebody does not even appear, then you cannot vote in his name. Yeah. But either way, I think let's not lose focus. The priority is that this is still the morning, it's 11:15. If everybody in Osun watching this program, all the young people decide to come out, they are claiming their birthright and influencing the affairs of Osun State. So even if it's now they decide to come out, it can make a difference.
Okay. The present governor, as we know, is in the Accord Party. And I don't know if you're aware that a former member of his party defected just a couple of hours ago. Doesn't this even now further deepen the mistrust that the youth have with the government? Because if it's supposed to be a chairman or at least a big figure in a particular company can defeat just a few hours yesterday.
So, let's be very careful because there are rules about, say the campaign is over. So let's be careful that we don't single out a single candidate.
No, because that was because it was
sure, I know, I'm just saying, but because really, if you start talking about one candidate indirectly, you are drawing attention to one person.
Okay,
but let's talk generally.
Let's just say generally.
So generally, the point I'm making is that
of a particular party
I don't think people are heavily influenced any longer by Mr. A defecting or Mr. B defecting.
Heavily influenced or not impressed?
Nigerian politicians have been known to defect left, right, and center. The miracle is if they don't defect. I mean, again, let's be careful. Half those defecting, they can't even deliver their own polling units. And we all know for some of them, if you bring a bag of money and shake it, they will defect. So, I mean, I don't think people should worry about that. Go out and do the needful. Go and vote for who you want to vote for.
But speaking of this bag of money, a lot of people are hungry. And this vote buying seems to be something that they will readily accept for a short-term gain, for long-term suffering. So how can you now encourage this youth to look beyond momentary satisfaction and to look at a bigger picture and vote with their conscience?
Yeah, okay. Earlier I was talking about the 4 pillars that we expanded our mandate to go Nigeria, which include electoral reform, judicial reform, insecurity, freedom of speech, because those 4 pillars affect election outcomes. Insecurity alone in the polling unit area can affect voter turnout. But I think that when you're talking about the impact of money or voting, really, if the officials and all the parties, the officials in particular, INEC in particular, insist on the rules and make it a secret ballot, that becomes a nightmare for people paying voters. Because you could be paying somebody who does not vote for you. The problem is that in several polling units, and I hope it does not happen this time in Osun, the problem is that in several polling units, INEC sits down is almost co-opted into the vote buying arrangements, in the sense that they are watching people going into a polling unit, displaying who they're voting for to somebody watching as a means of qualifying to collect some money.
Yes.
But if it was a secret, if it was a real secret ballot, the guy would have to give you money. When you enter the polling unit, only take a chance. And you know, many Nigerians, I'm sorry to say, I'm not abusing our countrymen, but they're clever. Many Nigerians, if it was a secret ballot, they'll collect your money and vote for who they want to vote for. You know, but the problem is that the officials connive and allow arrangements that allow all these thugs and agents of parties to see who is voting for who. When I go and vote, and I voted the last 3 elections, nobody knows who I voted for. Nobody can dare ask me to show them who I voted. Who is that person? They've not been born. So now the problem is that, like I said, is INEC and who is in charge. Sometimes the geography of a polling unit has been designed to encourage vote buying. They make it possible for people to see, to bring up, to go and vote and cleverly display, and if somebody there gives you a thumbs up and all that to make sure that.
I want to ask, for every polling unit, there's a representative of a party, isn't there?
Sure. Sometimes, let's be fair, sometimes the parties complain. Generally, the smaller ones, they complain that this arrangement is not fair. There's voter intimidation. Because,
no, but how does that happen? When if you have 12 parties and you have all the
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a failure of INEC and the security agents. The security agents who are involved. What's the point of having police and all those people standing there?
Where is part of the political party here? Well,
so
the
that
political
they can
party.
Those who gave money, whether they voted for them.
You have absorbed the political party of any responsibility. What is the job of the political party? To make sure their members come out in mass and vote and stick their ground. You keep saying INEC, police. The participant, the man who is going for the competition, what is his own responsibility? You are starting Go Nigeria and an eve of an election when you start Go Nigeria. Why don't you start at the 2023 when the other election cycle was over and start building on that Go Nigeria now to educate and empower the people to come out of the ball? You just expect INEC to do everything. I mean, INEC is just one organization, and we have collectively agreed that they are not competent. But still, for some reason, we see they expect a lot from them. Like, what the fuck is wrong with us? You say person know they competent, you see they give her money to be coming out. Why do they fight on other means to bypass through that process?
Or not. Then there's the potential for intimidation. Even if they paid you in advance and then you didn't vote for them and they can see that, then they can intimidate you afterwards. They want their money back and all that. So the point I'm making is that we must hold INEC's feet to the fire. Even as the election is taking place in Osun today, the media should look at the geography, the layout of every polling unit, and point out those ones and shame them into rearranging the ballot box in particular, and guarantee voters confidentiality. They pick up something and finish voting and put it in there. Nobody knows who they voted for. So if you want to give them 25,000, 20,000, but you don't know who they're voting for, with due respect, it's fine by me. What I will not endorse or encourage, and what we should all frown at and condemn, when the authorities, INEC and the security agents, encourage the whole vote buying by denying citizens their right to a secret ballot. If it was a secret ballot, vote buying would be reduced because it becomes a gamble, and you could lose out.
Good morning, Mr. James. Mr. James, can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Oh, my line is very weak.
Yes, and I think it's echoing too. One of your devices, more than one device is on, I think. You are echoing back.
I can't hear you clearly.
Yeah, there's more than one device on your side. I can hear myself. You are echoing back. Let me see first. Yeah, if you can hear me, I muted you because you are echoing back. You have more than one device on, so I hope I'm even audible. Let's see.
Okay, it should be all right now.
I can hear you if you can hear me. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My line is very weak.
I don't know if it's my line or it's from your end because I can hear myself when I talk to you.
It's from my
You
end.
are you echo back. Maybe you should go back and come back in.
Okay.
Do you see that changing anytime soon?
Well, that's why Go Nigeria and others. You see, if you don't draw attention to problems, even this discussion we're having, why am I here? If you don't draw attention to these failures and hopefully people listening join to say, yes, this makes sense. We can't allow this. We won't do this. Please believe me, nothing changes without the struggle.
Well, I want to ask, like Go Nigeria and other such bodies who are interested in enlightening the youths and encouraging them to actually participate in what they've lost to hope in, is it possible that as a brand, you can go there around the voting unit or send people to the voting unit to represent you and represent other such bodies to ensure that you're now making doubly sure that the votes are... Is this something you can introduce into the system?
Sorry, I will never say never, but for right now we're not doing it, not Go Nigeria. But one of your other guests, Yaga Africa, they are doing that.
Okay.
So I mean, different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, so
we have been, priority has been mobilizing and then getting people to come out and register. And even there, in terms of electoral reform, there was a significant reform this time in the sense that people could sit down in their houses, young people, and we put out all the encouragement and use the smartphone and put in all your details. Years ago, it was not like that. You had to get up and go out into the sun, go to an INEC center. They say, oh, sorry, don't come back today, come back tomorrow. So people got discouraged and got disenchanted. That you can begin the process and take it very far in the comfort of your own house on a smartphone. Was very important for the educated youth. And I believe that that's probably helped to trigger many of them, coming out to register now because it was a bit easier, the process. But without the clamor for reform and all, INEC and some other funny people keep on making this thing so difficult.
Exactly.
Something that should be simply easy for every
Nigerian.
Nigerian.
Get through that channel you're talking about, can there also be a roadblock in the sense that you might not go through?
In fact, you know what? Nigeria is one of the few countries in this world that somebody will have a Nigerian passport, have a Nigerian ID card, and you cannot go and vote. You still need something else, a PVC. Even that we should eventually dismantle. Because in the UK, if you're a British citizen, you will vote. In fact, it's the duty of the government to go to every household and say, do you have anybody new who is not on the register? That's the government's responsibility. Here we have INEC sit on his backside and then tell you that, oh, you Ruth, you have no PVC. Meanwhile, you try and get the PVC, they're the very ones who frustrate you. Remember the last election? How many times did you find bundles of PVC buried somewhere?
That's how
but in every large organization,
these people are too lazy. You expect INEC to do everything, then you come back to complain that it's not capable, it's not competent. Every year, but you are expecting them. Like, how does that even make sense? You expect INEC to educate, to inform, to even organize people to come out to vote. Vote for who? What is now the responsibility of the political parties? If INEC will do everything for you, we expect INEC to do everything. Then we'll come back and say, oh, they are not competent. They are this, they are that. Of course. Everybody have decided to submit his or responsibility to INEC. What is the responsibility of the political party? It is beckon upon the political party to educate, to inform, and to lead the people to the polling unit. It is not the job of the INEC to do that. Ah, damn.
There are rogue elements. So let us believe that there was a work of rogue elements in INEC. But let's not think that those rogue elements were not sponsored by somebody, because I put it to you, Ruth, that if you give me surnames of most Nigerians, I can guess where they're from. There are very few surnames that you cannot place. If somebody's surname is Okereke, Nwafo, you know it's Igbo. Somebody's surname is Oluwole, you know it's Yoruba. So if you want to go to influence outcomes, if you pack all the PDCs that have a Yoruba surname in Lagos and you bury them, you have disenfranchised those with Igbo surnames. If you go to Kaduna and you pack all the CDs with Yoruba surnames and you bury them, you disenfranchise lots of Yorubas in that state. So all these things are done deliberately, and guess what? Most times there's no sanction. So it makes one think whether there's official endorsement. But who has been sanctioned before? How did those PVCs get there? Wasn't there somebody at INEC responsible for taking those PVCs somewhere and getting used to come and collect them? How did those PVCs leave his hand and get buried somewhere? That kind of person should be in jail. But who knows? Perhaps in Nigeria they promote him. You can easily do an audit and say, hang on a second, you were the person in charge of these 5,000 PVCs in Surulere, of which 1,000 were found buried. In China, they will behead you if there was any such official that would be so brazen to sabotage a government policy.
But we've even seen polling booths being sabotaged physically and nothing has happened.
Yeah, so, even last night or so, I was disturbed when I saw a video.
What did you do?
People like just on WhatsApp, people, campaigns should have stopped 24. That should have stopped already. Some people that looked like thugs were talking. The police and co were in large numbers, and they were now shouting and calling a particular candidate's name, threatening him and his supporters if they come out tomorrow.
Okay, that's what I said. They kill them, and then
no, that's a different one. But I'm just saying. But even there, what are the police there for them?
Exactly.
Does it mean that the police just stand there like zombies?
Yes.
If somebody comes around now shouting the candidates, look at in this studio, you ask me an innocent question. I refuse to go down the route of calling a candidate's name and so on. I didn't want either the candidate or his opponents to say, why am I being allowed to call his name when there's no more campaign? Because whatever you say is like you're either for or against him. But when you have thugs walking around, threatening voters backing a particular candidate, and the police are standing there like zombies looking, something is wrong.
We pray for some change, because this is also very discouraging when you listen to or when you see the younger generation, like we said, disgruntled, disenfranchised, are not even interested. So if you were to talk to a young person now and he says that I don't want to vote because my vote doesn't count, and why should I bother? What would you say to them?
I'm personally telling you that your vote does not count. Why are they offering to buy your vote? Who is the idiot that will be buying your vote if it does not count? If your vote does not count, they'll drive you away and tell you take your vote and get out.
Yeah,
that they are buying your votes. I've already said earlier. They're buying your vote because they need that ballot paper stamped in their favor to put it somewhere and count. Even if they want to destroy those of your opponent, they need their own. If you have no ballot paper in your favor, then you've lost. So the votes obviously count. And I've said earlier that if you think you have an enemy who is trying to stop you from voting, always give your enemy what he does not want. What people vote riggers don't want is a large turnout. You go out there, cast your own vote. Don't worry about whether that vote will make a difference or not. Go out there and cast the vote first. If you do it in large numbers, you will influence the outcome sooner or later.
But from the feelers that you have gotten so far, do you think quite a large number has... the numbers have increased in terms of turnout?
Do you mean this election?
Yes.
No, this election, I think it's too early. You cannot get perhaps the likes of Yaga Africa.
Yeah,
but let me tell you what part of the problem is. And I hope this time there are agencies who monitor that. You see, we take nonsense from INEC as a nation, and it has to stop. If you're a CEO of INEC, you're conducting only election in one state. For goodness sake, by 11 o'clock, the material should be in every single polling unit. Where they are not present, they are not being delivered, it should be called out. Something is wrong. Because it's easy to influence the governorship election if you know that this candidate is strong in these LGAs, is weak in the other LGAs. Then you can simply make sure that voting starts very late in one LGA where somebody is weak. So all those things are what I would call programmed rigging, because the umpire is biased. But we can monitor now, and I believe this time the numbers will come out. What time the voting starts in various polling units. The second thing we can monitor, by 6 p.m., 5 p.m. today, 95% of the polling unit results should have been uploaded. If they were not, then somebody is playing games.
When we're tired of blaming INEC, we go get here on Sunday. I've never seen anything like this before. We will collectively come to the agreement that INEC is incompetent. I mean, every Nigeria we not disagree with that. But at the same time, we are expecting them to do everything. Then we to be expecting a different result. We are expecting INEC to inform the people, to educate the people, to mobilize it, to organize the people. What are the job of a political party? It's the responsibility of a political party to educate, to inform the citizen and lead the citizen to their polling unit based on their own ideology. If now they expect INEC to do everything, then when I come complain tomorrow that INEC is biased. Like INEC na AI, a freaking human being. I mean, it is what it is. Wall. Let's listen to the men on ground.
At his polling unit in Ward 9, Sagba Agbogude, in Ede local government, he commended the peaceful electoral process in polling unit. He also commended INEC for the early commencement of the accreditation process and asked them to ensure a free and fair poll.
So far, so good. It's been peaceful. In my area here, I hope it's like that cut across. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. The pattern of voting should be from units to ward and to local government. Not that they will take local government connection straight to state capital. That is not acceptable.
Deputy governorship candidate Kola Adewusi has commended the conduct of the election so far. Mr. Adewusi, who spoke...
Mr. James, I don't know if you can hear me. Mr. James, obviously you cannot hear me.
They have been doing their job very well, and you can see voters too. They queue up, to exercise their franchise, which is okay. But the snag that we are having is the malfunctioning of the beavers machine, which I believe INEC is working on now to correct it. So we hope they will do this as quickly as possible so that we won't lose time. And so far, so good.
Governorship candidate Bola Oyebamiji and his wife voted at Ward 9 polling unit 011, Gantry area, Ikire, in Irewole local government area. He also commended the conduct of INEC officials and security personnel in the process so far.
Well, so far everything is going on well. The election is going peacefully. The INEC are doing their job. At the same time, the security people are attending to where the report so far is that at one or two places where they want to cause trouble, the police are in charge. I think things are going on well.
Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adeboyega Oyetola, cast his vote at his polling unit in Iragbiji, where he commended INEC and the security agencies for the prompt and peaceful nature of the exercise. He also commended the people of the state for showing up in their numbers to cast their ballot. Meanwhile, the National Secretary of the ruling party, Bashir Ajibola, has commended the conduct of the Osun governorship election after casting his ballot. The APC secretary described the turnout as large and the process seamless and peaceful so far. He commended INEC for the organization and expressed optimism that the exercise will be flawless.
Of violence should not be our own. Let me first of all commend the security agencies and too for ensuring that materials are here early enough. And I want to thank our people for coming out en masse to vote. The turnout has been very impressive, and I believe it's going to be like that all over the state. Our state is known for peace, so the tag of violence should not be our own. That's the state of the virtual, so I expect a good result. Let me first of all
quite early, there is a lot of turnout of voters, and notwithstanding that the election is an off-cycle election, so it promises possibly to be a high turnout election, possibly because of the attention generated by the campaign of all sides in the election. But so far, in my polling unit, I was able to cast, my votes are under, 2 minutes, and the other voters on the queue are already casting their votes. So I'm optimistic that the process will be seamless, and the process will be peaceful, and also free and fair. With the fact that the BVAS has two features, either the new fingerprint or facial identification, possibly might even be faster, assuming the fingerprint went through immediately. So I'm optimistic that this will also repeat itself in the remaining 3,600 and something polling units in Osun State.
Former Commissioner for Works in Osun State, Remi Omowaye, also voted at his polling unit. He also commended the exercise so far in Ilesha.
I feel happy and feel delighted that we are using our ballot to bring in all the candidates from Osun. For where I am, it's well policed. I voted without each, and I think it's good.
The Osun State Police Command has
There's one thing that I've not, nobody has speaking on, not take note of yet, is the real-time results. It doesn't apply to Osun election. People spend useless amount of hour speaking for real-time transmission. So I don't see anybody raising alarm or speaking for that this election. So I want to believe that it no matter, or is it only applied to presidential election? That's when the real-time results will be demanded. So I don't know. Somebody should help me out, because I don't the spending because they spend over an hour here, if I'm not mistaken, and every video that was spent time to listen to, that has not been the subject matter. Nobody seems to be talking about it or even related to it. With all the noise that it generated over real-time transmission. I'm surprised that ain't nobody talking about it. Let's listen to the grassroots people that matters.
Can you please tell us your name?
My name is Sally Amira.
So tell us your experience when you were there.
Alhamdulillah, we thank God.
Oh, my bad, man.
First,
I'm tripping. It's not. Has nothing to do with the election. I'm trying to see if there's anybody complaining about real-time transmission. Because all this obedience, who don't understand how politics works, took it upon their head. They shout up and down, they disturb everybody. Real-time transmission, real-time transmission. I'm shocked that everybody seems to be commenting on what's happening live. That even an alluding to that. An issue that they spend days and weeks harassing everybody who doesn't see things their way. I'm kind of surprised that we'll see.
All right, it's still Osun Decides, and right about now we still have Jide Ologun, lawyer and a PR expert with us, and Wale Ogwadi, the Executive Director of Voter Awareness Initiative. So we've just been told that based on INEC's schedule, voting has ended, but INEC has not announced an extension. So sorting and counting has already started in some polling units. But before we went on that break, where we had that conversation with one of our reporters on ground, he said that in some polling units, voting is still going on. But let me come to you, Wale Ogwadi. What should INEC be doing right now to ensure that the transition from voting to counting and collation does not become the most vulnerable phase of this election?
Generally, it's a rule. There's a window. You start 8:30, you close 2:30. So obviously, if you don't open the window 8:30, the number of time that there's a delay is added. That's what we call fairness. Okay. And I hope they will follow that. Well, in most places in Osun, from the reports I got from my people, voting started on time. And of course, we thank God we had a very good weather. So the issue of the weather disturbing in terms of rains and so on is not there. So be that as it may, if that is cleared, then the next thing is following the procedure. Begin to sort out the various papers, the ballots, and of course, you begin to count. You get who is it now? The agents to be on standby, and of course, clear the place so that it will be visible for everybody to see, not a crowded place. You see, when you put up all these structures on ground, then the whole environment, everybody will say, yes, the project.
So what is the noise about real-time voting?
Not that the whole.
So if all these structures is what is expected or what has been in place, so what is the whole point of making us harassing everybody over real-time transmission?
It is crowded, or you drive some people away, or you intimidate some people. No. After that, we count to the knowledge and to the sight of everyone, and of course you post it. Posting means you paste it at the wall there. When we started all this project in the first time, they will say no, they are taking the votes to the polling station. Meanwhile, to the police station. Meanwhile, the Electoral Act is that you take it to the polling station. But they will say they are taking it to the police station.
Instead
In
of
between the
real-time
polling unit
transmitting
and the police station or police station, the thing will come get belly or it will disappear.
people will learn.
And it was nice to hear from
The rules
Professor
are set
Sokoye,
by the players
former INEC officer,
Yes.
corroborating
themselves.
what correspondent Rafi Ahmed had said.
Yes.
Osun residents are out, determined to
Yes.
vote. They are
Very,
there.
very
We saw them
interesting.
seated. We are here today to cast this ballot. I mean, also from the data INEC released, an increase of roughly 400,000 registered voters in 4 years. It's quite significant, isn't it?
So you want to start a podcast, but you're not sure how.
Absolutely. And if this is anything to go by, is to just amplify it and speak to Nigerians. You should not be intimidated. If you're eligible to vote, you've registered to vote, you have your PVC, be courageous enough to go out there.
The director of Abuja School of Social and Political Thought, Dr. Sam Amadi, will be helping us expand the discussion and analysis of the Osun governorship election. He joins us now from our Abuja studios. Good morning, Dr. Amadi. Good to have you join us on this very important day that the whole of the country is fixing their attention on Osun State.
Listen to all these brainwashed, compromised Western
Steve,
chihuahuas.
and the crew. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Begin
How
via grammar.
excited are you, and what are your expectations from Osun, given the importance of this election today? It is the last before the general elections in January and February of next year, 2027. The president has said that he's going to fight, dog in this fight, let the people of Osun decide. INEC has also said that they're more than ready, and it will be, not only will it be free, fair, and credible, that it will also be inclusive, which is a new one that INEC is adding to their deliverables. Again, how excited are you about what is happening in Osun State today? And are there inherent lessons? Are there areas that you think that as people who are just interested in seeing elections conducted in a good manner in Nigeria, what should we be looking out for as voting has already started in Osun State?
Well, thanks for having me again. I would say worried and also expectant. Yes, worried. The build-up has been bad, just like Osun has always, in the recent 3 cycles, been a country of concern, or a state of concern in Nigeria electoral analysis because of the fight we've seen between Adelekes and Ayatollah, and by extension, the President Tinubu's party, and the fights have gone almost to the wire, to the last minute in terms of who won. So the first one went up to Supreme Court, and Adeleke lost out, and the second one, they got it, and also contested up to Supreme Court. So it's been a test case in many ways, providing some electoral jurisprudence, some significant part of electoral jurisprudence that we have today around the beavers, the process for establishing victory, wins, and all that, and how to prove a case in court. Again, the build-up allegations or threats of killing, and we've got one fatality at least, which the police are probably looking into. Of course, we've got a high-profile senator threatening to, asking or reportedly asking people to go and kill, and of course, it's walked back. And then, of course, we've got the video, crying out to international community, to Americans, externalizing the fear of state capture and state manipulation of the ballot. So all this builds up, and of course, EFCC's attempt and president's clamp down and, if you like, or climb back from those incursions. So all this create.
Yeah, Mr. James, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You are echoing too. But maybe when you speak.
Hello.
Hey, go ahead.
Am I still echoing?
No, it's only when I speak, so I'll let you go.
Okay. Well, they are going to the polls again to get the same result.
Yes, so they're going. I don't know. If I speak, you are echoing back. So I don't know if you have more than one.
No, I don't. It's only one channel. Default is anyway. The internet over here is very weak.
Okay. Yeah, but you are clear. It's only that when I speak, you are echoing back. So I will just allow you to just keep talking. That's the only way it works.
Anyway, as I said in 2023, there is no need for this election. Just like that of 2023. If they allow this election to slip through and they declare another winner again, that's another 4 years of catastrophe we are going to grapple with. That is if we will survive it. Nobody is prepared. The political parties, the electorates, INEC, the police, the security agents, no one prepared for this normal.
It's a year is frozen. The only thing that is, well, go ahead, I'll give you out.
Yeah, I finished. It's another exercise in futility. That's just it.
One thing that is guaranteed is that money will be, they'll pay themselves. The judges will be paid, the media will be paid, the police will be paid, and that's the only thing that these are the only aspect of the electoral cycle that are guaranteed. In terms of preparation, I lie.
You forgot the professors. The professors will be paid.
Yes.
For being is it the collator, what they call them? Polling agents, I don't know what they call them.
Collation officers.
Yeah, so they will also be paid. That's the only thing that's going to happen in this election. It's all a bundle of rubbish and nonsense.
And the Osun election can easily be narrowed down to two families fighting for the wealth of the states, the Tinubus and the Adelekes. They all point out
Well,
to the two of them.
it is like that all over the country. It's not only Osun State. It's all over the country is like that. Political parties are fighting for the wealth of the states and the nation. So if you have no job, you enter politics, that's a form of employment. You go and play your role and get your share.
Yeah, but these two families have been fighting for control for over 10 years now.
But is that how to govern a country?
No, that's not in their it's not in their top 10 list. It's not in their priority. The what governing the country is far. They don't care about that. They care about wealth, acquiring wealth and power.
There's a sense in which we are going into what looks like a war. Yesterday there was some video trending about a boast around the militarization of the whole space and whether it means that one party is going to have the advantage in terms of suppressing votes. So we're going to look out for many things. First, we're going to look at or show people how they're going to conduct themselves. So we're going to see more or less brigandage violence. We're going to see rampant vote buying as we've been seeing. or we're going to see less. So that will be first test to Osun voters. And of course, what I'm going to see, high turnout or low turnout, is there political apathy? That will be the first what we're going to watch out for me. And again, when I get back to saying INEC, the second stakeholder is INEC, and INEC has, in the past, overpromised and under-delivered. And this INEC is one that has not been much, it doesn't have much public trust. Towards the end of the former chairman's tenure, he raised hope and had very strong civil society support and trust, and he betrayed it in the last days in the last election. But again, this is an INEC that people, because of experience, do not trust, and because of the issues around the chairman and his tweets and the denials and the, sham investigation and the exculpation from blame, he now comes from behind. And so if he proves again today that he can be trusted, delivers as he promised, efficient.
If you don't understand conflict,
from the busy streets of Osogbo to the voting centers in Ife and Ilesha, discussions among residents revolve around Saturday's critical decision. The governorship election is also driving a temporary economic boom. Hotels, printing presses, restaurants, transport operators are benefiting from the influx of politicians, election stakeholders. We have more on this in this report.
Following distribution of sensitive materials to various local government areas by the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, eligible voters are observing the process leading to the Osun State governorship election on Saturday, the 15th of August. With more than 1.9 million registered voters who have collected their permanent voters cards, PVCs, I engaged some young residents in Ilesha, Osun State, to gauge their mood on youth participation.
This election is a kind of thing that almost every one of us should participate. It does not only depend on the young people. All of us should participate because talking about election is a thing that should be done with the people. So it's the people that is going to elect.
While monitoring the political situation around Ilesha and surrounding communities, I met two octogenarians, Papa Falore and his friend, who claims they have been fulfilling their civic responsibilities for over 2 decades.
ká máa yìnbọn bíi tí èèyàn ti fẹ́ lọ dìbò kó èèyàn lọ bẹ̀ láì sí pé ọmọ mi ló ń lọ orí àlééfà tàbí kìíní kan bó tẹ̀jọ́ ọmọ mi ló ń lọ gan mi ní lọ bẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá ti fa wàhálà máa lọ bẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti fa wàhálà máa jókòó sínú ilé mi ni o ọlọ́mọdé àkókò yà.
For prospective voters in Osun State, this election is not just about political rivalry, but a direct vote for better economic situation, better infrastructure, and better welfare. The question on most people's mind is not just who turns out to vote tomorrow. However, the question is if the electoral promises in terms of integrity will still hold firm. Sharon Ijason, TVC News, Ilesha, Osun State.
Less than 24 hours to
Have you ever wanted?
Extremely impressed about the conduct of the election so far. The turnout has been very massive. I haven't seen a turnout like this in recent times. And this shows the level of awareness of our people. And they've been very orderly, very peaceful. such that one is proud to be a citizen of Osun State. I'm indeed proud to be a citizen of Iwo, where I voted a short while ago. Turnout massive, and our people have behaved themselves, conducted themselves peacefully, without engaging in violence or anything.
There have been concerns raised about the rivers in other areas of the state. Is that a problem here?
I've not had any incident like that. Nobody has, I did not experience that when I was voting. And nobody has told me about it. For me, at this polling station, it's been orderly.
When we compare the turnout of voters this week to the last election, what do you have to say about that?
I think the turnout is, like I said, very massive. And I'm quite impressed, like I said. I must know that this is a standalone election, an off-cycle election. And when you have off-cycle election, all attention is focused on it. So you are bound to have this kind of turnout. And what is more, also people are voting for a change. And that's why a lot of them have come out in order to be able to take their destiny into their hands.
Them have been here for hours. Some turned out as early as 6 a.m. But unfortunately, they couldn't get to vote. I mean, voting just this about a few minutes before 1. Voting started here less than 40 minutes ago, actually, because this place is actually called Ward 8 or Typhoon here in Osogbo. The issue, the voter register pasted on the wall right behind me there was not complete according to voters who have been participating here, that the names of people, voters, prospective voters that, were on that first register, only contained those with alphabets A and B. Anybody whose name starts with a C downward, the alphabet letters will not be able to vote here, and the people realized that that was not their complete register. So they insisted that the INEC officials go back and get the complete register of them before they can start voting. In fact, there was a suggestion that some of them who had been around very much early should go ahead and vote. But the people here, they're so aware and conscious of their rights that they insisted that not until that complete register was brought down here would they allow voting to start. And they were only able to sort that out about 40 minutes ago. So voting started at about that time. I have one of the elderly people who have been here all day to take part in this process and who has experienced this situation that I just described to you now. Here with me is Engineer Adebayo Aderibibe. He has just voted and is happy to do that. Engineer Aderibibe, thank you very much for allowing us to talk to you. Would you want to share with us briefly how long you've been here and when did you eventually were able to vote?
I came here first to check the list because I've been coming a few days ago. We couldn't find the list, and that was surprising. So I came this morning 7:20. The list was still not there. So we went back home. So by the time I came back 8:29 a.m., they posted the list. I was happy to see my name at number 136. So, however, people that are conscious of their right, they described that the list was not complete. What we should have is around 2,000. But what they brought, the number of voters should be around 2,000, between 1,700 and something they said, and 2,000. But there were many here before they now decentralized. So they say, you have been, no, they said they have seen the list before. It was around 2,000. So because I saw my mind, let us vote. They said, but don't vote. We will not allow anybody to vote here until the list is complete. So they went for it. It's unfortunate when they came back, they brought another list of another area, and we rejected. The young ones rejected. You have to go and look for the remaining part of that. But eventually they brought it. And people have been impatient, waiting since morning. So we started voting around 13:10. That's 1:10 p.m. So, but persevering that it is my right, it will come again in the next 4 years. as a retiree, now the duty I have to pay.
And you have performed that duty now. Now I see that majority of the people here, especially the younger ones, are a bit agitated about the fact that voting started very late. As an elder in this community, what are people doing to ensure to just calm them down? Because as many of them that are here will be allowed to vote for, as long as they are on the queue.
But I told them, that was serious delay, and they say we should not worry. They are going to ask for extension. You said it, but we should appeal to people to stay on the line by 2:30. So those of people that are there, my colleagues, my friends, and my senior at work. So I'm trying to call them. They have started. They say, what are we gaining? I say we are gaining a lot. We are gaining a lot by performing it, because we are saying the country is not good. But you are not voting. You are making somebody to be richer by one vote. Because if there is one vote different and you are luckily you are the one not voting, maybe the person you don't want will have that advantage. Your not voting is disadvantage to your favorite and advantage to somebody you don't want, because that's the situation. And I'm calling everybody. They have started. You should not mind. And for the young ones, they say, Baba, I say, please, let us exercise patience.
You're trying to calm them down.
Calm them down.
That's the message. Thank you very much, Mr. Adere.
It's impressive. The turnout is impressive.
I can see that.
Because initially we were looking for their names. We go to about 5 polling booths. We check.
Now the register is complete and the turnout is this impressive. Thank you very much, Mr. Adere, for allowing us to talk to you. That is the experience of one of the senior citizens voting at this particular unit. What it tried to explain was that some people actually got frustrated while waiting on the line without anything happening, so they had to go back to their homes. So as an elder here and a few other young men who know that they need to participate in this process, they're trying to bring those people back, explaining to them that the situation has now come to has been normalized, and now they can participate. Accreditation is ongoing there. People are voting, just like Mr. David told us that for as long, and they've got the commitment of the officials here that as many of them as are here on the line as at 2:30 p.m. will be allowed to vote, no matter how late it goes into the evening. So that is a situation here, from Otaifo here in Oshogbo.
All right, Tokunbo, I'm sure you already have the map of Osun State in your head right now, following this electoral tourism that you're doing. But let's talk about the know-how and technical knowledge of the officials, because we understand that INEC deployed some NYC core members to officiate as ad hoc officials for this election. How vast are they in the processes? Do they understand what to do? Because, of course, that can affect the process itself.
No, of course, Bola. I mean, election if you've been following elections in Nigeria, you know that core members form a critical component of the personnel, the electoral personnel that we have, across every election period. Just is the same situation here, but anywhere you have them, you always have a very more experienced person who supervises their activities, apart from the training that they go through by the Independent National Electoral Commissions on what to do. So there's nothing that I've seen that speaks to lack of knowledge on the part of the young men and women that are in charge of this system and the machines. So it's not that I mean, there's nothing to show that they're not experienced enough. There's nothing to show that they're not well trained. There's nothing to show that they're not competent. I mean, that their competence is not in doubt. As far as this election that I'm reporting today is concerned, across the polling units that I've been to.
Live there in Otaifo. Would like to thank you for the updates. Good to have you with us.
We have got to the point where literally anybody
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
My name is Akela Diabela. As I said, I'm first time voter. What I see as challenges is those attending to voters. There are not many. We are much than those two. As I want to attend our our population is more than. So before to the come attend to everybody, all that be stress. Yeah. And what again, nobody has ever approached, and if the approach is totally prohibited, because Yoruba sọ pé ọjà tàbá fowó bẹ̀rẹ̀ owó láti máa pa. So by process of you, like for example, I use myself as candidate, mo fún yín ní 100 naira pé kẹ́ lè vote fún mi. Possibility wà pé tí máa ti débẹ̀, màá kọ́ yọ multiply by 2 nǹkan tí mo fún yín. So màá kọ́ yọ 200 naira pé owó tí mo fẹ́ kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ before kò tó wá di pé. But by me doing that, it's bad habit. Yeah. No. Reason to can use to point by it's our responsibility. So it's our duty. That's why we come out multitude so we can perform our obligations. My name is Akela de Abiola E.
Mọ̀nàrátù Mọ́jírádé Oyèwọlé ọmọ bíbí ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó. Àwa á dìbò. Mi ì tí ì yébò. Mi ì tí ì dìbò. Kò sí ìkànwá náà ni a ní á jókòó látàárọ̀ a sì jókòó. Kí wá ní ìmọ̀ràn yín fún àwọn àjọ elétò ìdìbò àti àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣọ́ ààbò? À ń dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn náà ni pé kò sí wàhálà kankan kí wọ́n á tètè dá wà arúgbó lóhùn ọ̀rọ̀ ó ti pẹ́ tá a ti dé. Débì láti 9 láago 9.
Ẹ ti máa ní ìrírí àwọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìdìbò sẹ́yìn kí lẹ lè rí sọ sí ti ìgbà yẹn àti ilé ìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yẹn.
Ṣé nípa ìdìbò? Táàrí sọ sí náà ni pé gbàtà ń dì ní látàsìkò kan irú àwọn àgbààgbà wọn ó tètè dá a lóhùn. Látàárọ̀ wọn ní a máa jókòó àjókòó náà ni wọn ò dá a lóhùn. Wọ́n sì ń dá wọn lóhùn. Sẹ́mi màá tó 75. Mọ̀nàrátù Mọ́jírádé Oyèwọlé.
We are waiting more comments at this time. Governor Ademola Adeleke has commended the peaceful electoral process in polling units. He made this known as he voted at his polling unit in Ward 9, Sagba Bogunde, Ede. He also commended INEC for the early commencement of the accreditation process and asked them to ensure a free and fair poll.
So far, so good. It's been peaceful. In my area here, I hope it's like that cut across. We don't want violence in Osun. All we want is free and fair election so that people can perform their civic duty. The pattern of voting should be from units to ward and to local government. Not that they will take local government collation straight to state capital. That is not acceptable.
The National Secretary of the ruling party, Senator Ajibola Bashir, has commended the conduct of the Osun governorship election after casting his ballot. Senator Bashir described the turnout as large, noting that the process has been seamless and peaceful so far. He commended INEC for the organization and expressed optimism that the exercise will be flawless.
Even quite early, there is a lot of turnout of the voters, and notwithstanding that the election is an off-cycle election, so it promises possibly to be a high turnout election, possibly because of the attention generated by the campaign of all sides in the election. But so far, in my polling unit, I was able to cast, my votes are under, 2 minutes, and the other voters on the queue are already casting their votes. So I'm optimistic that the process will be seamless, and the process will be peaceful and also free and fair. With the fact that the BVAS has two features, either the fingerprint or facial identification, possibly might even be faster, assuming the fingerprint went through immediately. So I'm optimistic that this will also repeat itself in the remaining 3,600 polling units in Osun State.
All right,
yes.
Chief of two political parties, of them even 10 in this that we've had and then I in that process they witnessed at their own polling units spreads across the state. Mr. Adeoye.
Yeah. On this election. So I think that is a loss that
and we talked about this earlier, the fact that some voters said they would need to stay back to monitor and protect their votes, as they say. But the Commissioner of Police is saying they may observe the process from a safe distance without obstructing voting, and that's probably bringing some order into the polling area. But I like your political analysis, BKO, because when you look at Osun, two key opposition parties that were very relevant in the last election did not even field candidates in 2026. How much political impact will the outcome of today's election have on 2027?
Yeah, in politics, momentum is very, very important. It's key. If the ruling party does well or wins this election, it will give them the morale booster that they can go on to win the general election. So this is the last key election that we'll have before the January elections, and it's very important to them. You can see all of the power people going to Osun to try and support the candidate of their party because they know that momentum is key in politics.
What if they lose?
If they lose, it will be a big setback. It will be a big setback, and it will get people talking that, look, if they can lose Osun, they can lose other states.
That they are beatable.
Yes, yes. Because the previous off-cycle elections that we've had, they've done very well. FCT, they did very well. They got their politics right. They settled for indigenes. Indigenes had been neglected, marginalized through the years. But I think the FCT minister was spot on with the politics that he played there, chose the real indigenes of Abuja. And the only place where he was unable to put an indigene was the one they lost, was the one that the ruling party lost in that election.
But on a second thought, even if the ruling party loses in Osun, it's a win-win at the presidential election. Is it going to equate to just adding up APC and Accord party's vote for a singular candidate in 2027?
That's not the way I'm looking at it.
Everyone keeps asking me how I do my podcast alone. The answer, Riverside.
If they lose here.
Okay, the road pull effect.
Yes. You can imagine what a senior journalist said, oh, this contest is between the governor and the president. Of course, that is wrong. That is wrong. I wonder where he got that from. But they want to win because they know that will put them in a position of strength to approach the elections early next year, to say that, look, we've been doing well. You saw Keyamo when he came on the program, he said, you can see we've been winning the by-elections, They see that as a sign that Nigerians will vote for them in 2027. If they lose in Osun, it will then send a clear message that the fact that the president lost in 2023 in that same state is an indication that the people don't want him. If their candidate loses here, people will see it as the president losing. And they will say, okay, and this has lost back to back. That's the way. And some of the narratives that will be seen if they lose will not be palatable to them. There will be narratives that they don't want, on social media especially. So they are trying to do well in this election, win it, so that they can have that bragging right as we move towards the general election because they know there's no other election is taking place before that one. So this looks like a dress rehearsal. And if you will do well in the 2027 election, then you should win this so that you can use that to gauge the national mood. Of course, voter behavior will change from state to state, but for the purpose of argument and bragging rights, they know that it's important for them to win this one. And that's why you could see the determination that they put into it. Some governors are even being told, look, 4 of you stay in this senatorial zone. 4 of you stay in that senatorial zone. So that whatever it is that needs to be done, they will have to do it. It underlines how determined they are to take the state. They are very, very determined. But we'll see what happens. Even if they lose, it won't be that they didn't do enough. It won't be because they didn't do enough. They are really, really determined to take this.
All right, but if we now review the comments by the governor who voted earlier and found faults and called for the removal of the commissioner of police managing the election, Mr. Adeoye, how do you interpret that? The process is on already. Can you suddenly take off the person while the process is
There is no way within the shortest few hours that will have set up an investigation to find out what actually happened and to conclude that the policeman was, flouted the law. So I think that statement was born out of political instinct, is on the battlefield, and then he just responded based on instinctive feelings. That, look, we have to win this election. If there's anything I will see perceive as an obstacle, he may even decide that, he may even discover at the end of the day that the police chief had nothing to do with what he claimed must have happened in that area. And also, in terms of verification of claims, information has been passed on to him. It's most likely that it's party people just pass on that information to him. You don't have time to even verify those claims. So he could have just made that statement born out of the temple of the movement. So I think it's also hasty, to now say we should remove the police commissioner. I mean, what interest would that have? But like I said, it's part of the political mind game, to already give the impression that we are the weaker party, whatever. How if we lose this election, we're already sending signals that things are wrong ab initio. So it's a political weapon it's trying to use. And I think the party has been very good in that. Like when the killing started, I felt it was only a court party that, people that were being killed, until I started looking at the names, calling people, and I discovered that it's happening from both sides. But they're the one that seems to dominate the media. So, we should admit that they have a very good media presence in terms of giving the kind of information they shone out to the public. But that kind of information will not necessarily be true. We need to go beyond the veil and find out what's actually happening in Osun State. So I think it's too hasty for the governor to call for the removal of the police chief, because we need to collect information, find out what's actually happened, hear from both sides before you can, come out with a conclusion that this was actually what has happened.
Now, bear in mind that for politicians, campaign is still actively on. So whatever.
You're invited to join Phoenix Energy's next webinar, where you can drill deeper into our bond offerings. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities: a private placement bond offering for accredited investors.
Let's bring in Babajide Kolade Otitoju, Director of News, TVC News, and Wale Adeoye, Executive Director, Journalist for Democratic Rights, for our next phase of election analysis. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having us.
A good place to start will be a reaction to the governor's remarks. He did acknowledge that INEC has done well with the timing of accreditation and voting, but he has challenges with what's happened in Modakeke.
Well, at this point, it's difficult to validate his claims. So I think it makes sense to be patient. Let's see how the security operatives on ground respond to that claim, if indeed it's a valid claim. Because with politicians, you have to be careful, especially on election day. I would rather be patient, to see how the security operatives respond to that claim, how they do their work. I think so far they've done their work competently. So let's just wait. Time is a gentleman.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yes, and Mr. Adeoye, if you would react to that as well, commending INEC, but feels that there's something going on in Modakeke and even wants the police commissioner managing the election removed.
I think we have to look at the psychoanalysis of that statement. Politicians have the impression of giving the whole world the thinking that this election may not favor me, it may favor me. If it does not favor me, that means that I'm already giving the impression that, look, I have an issue. There is room for suspicion. So I think that statement was born out of that, to give the impression that, look, there are credibility challenges. But I think that is a very minor case that we cannot use to judge the entire exercise that is going on in Osun State. So I see that statement as more or less a political statement to give the impression that we are the weaker side of the bargain. And that's why I agree with him that we need to be very patient. It's cool because there are other things going on that the governor did not speak about, which has to do with members of his own party. For instance, somebody that was arrested, a lawmaker. That's also a major issue of security breach. But he only spoke about an aspect that he felt affected his own political party. So we need to be very patient, but it's good to comment that.
ChatGPT, what's the best high
and citizens of Osun State. My name is CSP Ani Iniedu, NIPR, First Public Relations Officer. We are live at Osun State Command Headquarters, Oshogbo, and we have commenced deployments for today again. I'd like to give you some updates at this moment. As we speak, our air components have arrived. Our helicopter and drone units are on ground, and they have commenced surveillance patrols across the state. We also have deployed one unit of the police mobile force. We call them the PMF. Some people call them the MOPOL. We have one unit across each local government area, headed by an Assistant Commissioner of Police, who is also a squadron commander. These units will also be supervised by a Commissioner of Police and a Deputy Commissioner of Police at each of the local government areas. For the INEC, we have 2 units of combat-ready armed PMF personnel. I'm here with the AC in charge of the deployment, so you can confirm what I'm saying. We also have 7 units of special protection units personnel who will be responsible for the movement of sensitive and non-sensitive INEC materials for the election, and as well as the protection of our electoral officers. At the command here, we have 2 units of armed mobile force personnel for quick responses. We also have pockets of armed patrols around the town and checkpoints. We are working together. All security agencies are working together, so all deployments are in sync. For this election too, the IGP has directed that we post 4 unarmed personnel to each polling booth. Osun State has over 3,700 polling units, and so we'll be having 4 law enforcement personnel at each of these units for the elections. I would like to use this opportunity to assure citizens of Osun State that Osun State is calm, and the police is on top of its game, and we have everywhere covered. By 12 midnight on Friday into Saturday, we will be locking down the town. We will be stopping vehicular movement at all locations in Osun State at the moment. I would like to appeal to mothers to ensure that their underage children are not used for underage voting or any form of electoral violence or thuggery. I'd also like to speak to all voters to come out en masse and cast
their franchise, as we have everything under control. Thank you.
Arrived early at Ward 9, Unit 1 in Egbedore local government area of Osun State. Election officials are setting up the polling area ahead of accreditation and voting. But there are reports of tension in Ife East. Police have fired tear gas at election staff and ad hoc workers at a registration area center in Mudakeke, Ward 3. The workers say they were assembled and ready to move to their polling.
Here in Ward 2, Unit 9, we are ready for voting for the governorship election in Osun State now.
So how is the voting process like?
Thank God. I have to say that people are come out very well, but the little problem we have here is the voting process are delayed because of the difference. One person is spend more than 5 minutes on the difference. That means if somebody is using 5 minutes and a voting process, it means that in 1 hour you accept 30 people to vote. That is it's as a result of people that come out. The voter process is slow. Maybe I find if you can adjust the process or because of the voters. And in some another unit, I observe that the old people that's ready to vote, the voters are not accept their face.
Four months ago, Nigeria embarked on noise making about electoral real-time transmission. I'm surprised nobody is asking for real-time transmission now. The election is going on. Nobody's talking about real-time transmission.
Talking about this real-time transmission of election results, what's your opinion on it?
This real-time election thing, I feel with the clause that is put there of substituting to manual, if it fails, it means they have assumed that there is a higher chance that it's going to fail.
To fail, yeah. Yes, because, I mean, why put the clause there if you actually had the intention of bringing it out in the first place?
There's nothing wrong with having an alternative, right? But the thing with having an alternative is most times an alternative is more visible when the primary course of action is not properly put in order.
Anyways, should we go see now? We'll see the results. We'll see the way they do it. But hopefully, I hope this real-time transition works. Because if not, anyways, I won't be really too surprised. Because
I think it's a very welcome development because it is long overdue. I mean, CBT or even electronic reporting has become a thing, not just in the Western world, but here in Nigeria as well. Yeah. We've been practicing for so many years. So I do not think there's a reason as to why this cannot work, in as much as technology, yes, has its faults, right? And there are always like downsides to networking and the rest of it. But there is always a higher chance that this is working if it is properly planned.
And I feel my opinion is INEC should not be the one in charge of the machines they will use for it. If not, it will not work. They should give it to an external body to be in charge of it.
No, you can't say INEC cannot be in charge because that is the major electoral body.
So that will not start hearing.
No, the idea is INEC should be accountable enough to defend what they are presenting to the table, because no result is valid outside of INEC. It is not valid. So the most important thing is they should put in every resource that is required for this to work. And substituting to be manual should be the last resort, not a flag off result like, oh, this is actually a plan B. It shouldn't be a plan B. It should be a worst case scenario.
Now, looking at the last election, they said the same thing, but it still did not. We didn't see, despite the money, the budget that was. What is it for this country,
sometimes budgeting can have its faults, but I believe that with a lot of other works put in place now, we'll see how all of this comes together. But above all, overall, this is a welcome development, and we are looking forward to it. But the clause, I'm just not okay with the clause.
They should make it work.
It has to work.
This was 4 months ago where they let gullible Nigerians to be screaming electoral reform, real-time transmission. Nobody seems to be talking about real-time transmission, none that
You understand that? We have said that when a candidate uses fake documents for screening, and then at the end of the day, he or she is disqualified, we are not, the law will not allow the party to replace that person. It means that surreptitiously the party had kowtowed to that illegality. Yes. You understand that? Yes, so that one will reduce the issue of pre-election cases. That's one. Two, sir. After election, when you are taken to court or to a tribunal, you understand that? I now want to give an analysis. I'm very sorry you can summarize your thing when you are doing your write-up. Chairman, it's going to be a rerun, excluding the person that had been disqualified by the tribunal.
Is my right. I hold my vote. Dada. The vote. Can you tell us the observation? How do you feel?
I feel happy. I feel delighted that we are using our ballot to bring it all the Bangladesh population. However, we must let the whole world know that the government has deployed his thoughts. It had a thought of destruction in some units in the nation, but we believe the security authorities have to the task. They will be facing some of them clearing data in some territorial polling, but we believe the security operatives will do the next.
So generally, what do you think about the turnout?
Very impressive. Very impressive. Our people want to change. We can see clearly. The turnout is impressive.
So about the electoral officers, the policemen, and observation?
Well, I mean, for where I am, it's well policed. I voted without each. I think it's good. Aside for the fact that we had cases of destruction in some certain units in relation. and we have reported to the security officer.
Is it just election that you're hearing all this?
Yes, I've also heard that there is a talk when the IG came to us that he told the governor that the guy stays in the government house. So they may report that he has gone to Olanda local government to disrupt a number of places. They may report that he's moving around them. I think the security operator is still there's a report of that. They may report of them trying to attack, scare voters. People were trying to resolute. We just call on security operative to be. Okay, thank you so much.
Today, a test for all the political parties. How you show up and show out is very important. Everybody cannot be a winner, but at the same time, this will show your followership, what you've been running your mouth telling the whole world via all the platforms and the television that you've been organizing. Any political party that be all emotional or noisy about his or activities, today is the result day. As the result will start coming in, they're not just going to be numbers. They will actually represent the amount of organization you have done at the grassroots level. Today is for you to test that strategy. Today is to put your resources to work. Today is to actually test your logistics. The new converts in terms of your leadership at the unit level, local government level. So this is the last day to test run all you have been working for from 2023, 2024, 2025. Because it's the last chance before the main competition. So however you show up in Osun will go a long way to motivate your people or to discourage them. All the cho, all the insults, all the no, today is not about that. Today is about the physical results. The empirical evidence will be out today. Scorecard will be displayed. Both the ruling party running around telling the whole world that the Renew Hope movement is doing fantastic job at the grassroots level. We go know today if they are lying. The opposition party who been saying that they've been robbed, they rigged them out last time. Let's see how far you have put mechanics in place to checkmate and to back your claim up, but most importantly, to make sure it doesn't happen again. We will know who they spend money, we will know who they organize, we will know who will rig. Cannot rig where you have not worked, cannot rig where you are not popular. Whichever way, they are all technique, strategy, and capacity.
Base 44 super agents. The next thing you can't live without. Clearing up your email, scheduling.
We now head to Osun, where voting continues in the Osun State election. Tokunbo Oyetunji has been tracking developments on the ground throughout the day. Tokunbo, thank you for staying right there in Osun State and bringing us details on how things are panning out there. What's the latest? Any new development?
Well, thank you very much, Omobola, for joining us here in Osun. We're still here. I mean, we're at one of the polling units along Dada Estate here in Egbedore local government, but right in the capital city of Osogbo. This polling unit you saw here, voting as closed. I mean, it's about it's a few minutes before 4 o'clock. I mean, the exercise closed at 3, and what we are seeing here is the sorting and counting of the ballot papers to determine who has emerged victorious out of the parties that are in contest here. So, like it is here, some other polling units, I can count about 3 or 4 of them in less than a kilometer, from where I am standing. That is the same situation that is going on, as well as in other parts of the state where we have visited. By now, voting has closed, except for the place where I reported from the last time, or typhoon in Osogbo. I mean, moving towards the outskirts of the capital city, where it did not start until past 1 p.m. So we expect that, and with a large number of people that we saw on the queue at that time, we expect that the exercise will still be on by now, and that it may go till late in the evening before they can arrive at the point where they are at this particular polling units in Dada Estate.
This election turnout is really beyond the expectation of a lot of analysts who had predicted that because of the pre-election violence, that a lot of people might not want to come out to vote. But let's talk about what you mentioned earlier when you were in Ede about the malfunctioning of the beavers, or the fact that the beavers was not enough. Was that the issue in this particular polling unit in Osogbo? Did they have any skirmish, any issues of violence? What's the pulse of the people like in Osogbo?
No, violence, no. I've not got any report of violence. Beaver's machine malfunction, slow process, that is very rampant. But the good news is that anywhere that such was reported, it was rectified eventually, and voting, the exercise the exercise resumed accordingly, and people were able to actually exercise their right. The one issue that majority of the voters that we spoke to, you referenced the one issue, that they made then, the complaint they made then was because of the large number of people, of registered voters expected. There were over 1,080 of them being expected there, that they will have expected that the electoral body, INEC, will have made provision for more than one Beaver's machine. It's the same at Otaifun, where we went to. People thought, it would have been better if the machine could be more than one to accredit, to hasten the accreditation process.
What if I guaranteed you 1 million views or you didn't?
A nation, it's its people. And a people is built. We must open our minds. We must seek fairness and understanding. It means listening to each other. It means being honest in our work and words. A nation built on understanding.
Well, I think Nigerians should be happy. Mr. President took that bold decision on May 29th, 2023. especially on subsidy removal, because that has repositioned Nigeria in a situation where the actual pricing of petroleum products is determined not by some people milking the nation dry. And this has resulted.
No, but I think it escalated. And on our way out, we saw some reinforcement also coming into that community. So I think the police are swinging into action in that place.
Talking about vote buying, there were already reports of vote buying even before today. And yeah, a lot of people have been raising concerns as regards to that. But talk to us about the enthusiasm or the lack of it from the people right there on ground. Have you spoken with any of them? What is their expectation, especially looking at all of the events that led to this election?
I run a podcast solo. No producer, no editor, no tech skills, just Riverside. I get high quality podcast recordings right from my room. And I'm not even using expensive equipment. Watch this. Riverside turns my recording into social clips automatically. It even creates thumbnails and writes the description, so I can post it fast without getting overwhelmed. If you want to start a podcast, this is the only.
Yeah, so for that, we have some voters here. We have an honorable representing this this part of a federal representative. So, sir, what was your experience like voting this morning?
All right, in this polling unit, this unit 7, Ward 1, Egbedore local government of Osun State, voting has commenced very early. Voters came out in their very good numbers, and they've been very orderly so far. Unlike reports we have from some other polling units, our own Beavers here has worked very well, almost perfectly. Security personnel also in very good numbers, and they have been very professional. As of now, I can say that there's not been anything, to really worry about. Like I said, even though from some other polling units we had complaints about Beavers not functioning well, I've had to escalate this issue concerning Unit 34 in this same local government, and Unit 6 in Ward 5, and Unit 34 in Ward 10, where I had to escalate the matter to the Independent National Electoral Commission about Beavers not working. And in some cases, the Beavers are taking a long time. In fact, in a town called Ofatedo, we even learned that Beavers was taking up to 20 minutes to accredit one person. So it's making voting very, very slow in those areas. Apart from that, we have not had any serious incidents, at least in this local government, Egbedore local government of Osun State.
So are you waiting to count for the votes to be counted?
Oh yes, I voted together with my aged mom and my wife. And traditionally, I wait here until the end of the voting process so that they do the counting, they do the recording, and they do the transmission in our presence before we leave here. So that's exactly why we are waiting. And we hope that they'll be able to take the number of people that are still on the queue, hopefully, in the next 2 hours when the voting ends. I do hope that they will take them. But the rule is that even by that time, as many persons as are on queue who have not voted must vote before the poll closes. So we are hoping that by the time poll closes and they begin the sorting and counting, we'll all see how transparent the process goes.
Yeah. So do you have fear? Some of the voters we were speaking to were saying they want it faster. That one Beavers machine is not enough. Are you experiencing the same thing here?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the problem, especially when you consider the fact that people have come out very early. Some have been here since 7 a.m. And so this is almost 1 p.m. That's almost 5 hours, of wait time. It's a whole lot of time, and they are standing. It's not that people have places to sit. We do hope that in previous elections, wherever you have voters up to 400, 500, a minimum of 2 Beavers machines ought to be deployed to such places. In fact, this is even fair. In places like Ofatedo Ward 10, there's a polling unit there that has almost 2,000 polling units. Of course, they took 2 Beavers there, but from the videos I'm seeing and some of the pictures, you see a lot of aged men sitting on the floor, some lying down on the floor because they are already, getting exhausted. I think this is an area that INEC needs to improve upon, so that voters don't need to wait too long to be able to exercise their franchise on an important day like this.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you have some questions for him from the studio, but we have all we have here concerning his experience voting.
There's any form of aid for people living with disabilities, because this is one point of concern when it comes to elections. He talked about his aged mother voting. Was there any form of aid for, those kind of people?
So was there any form of aid for those people maybe living with disability, or like you spoke about your aged mom earlier?
Okay. So they gave priority to aged people to cast their votes, and there are a few chairs where some aged people are able to sit down. For people with disability, I've not seen any here for now, but for aged persons, yes, they gave them priority to vote, and they provided a few chairs that they can sit on while the accreditation process was on. My mom is over 90, and immediately she came, they allowed her to come into the voting area and sat down and did her accreditation, and her voting. Everything took less than 5 minutes to be concluded. So they're really offering that support here.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. So that is what we have here in Egbedore local government area of Osun State.
Joseph Jegede, many thanks for the update. It's good to have you with us.
Did you know that the vast majority of self-published books don't sell more than a few copies? Well, the one thing most of these underperforming books have in common is the fact that they haven't been professionally edited or designed. On Readsy, you can find the perfect editor, proofreader, and cover designer for your book without breaking the bank. And you can ensure that the book you put out into the world stands out even amongst the major bestsellers. Browse through hundreds of hand-picked editors, or filter your search by genre, service,
Chief Correspondent Tokunbo Oyetunji, who is covering the election in Osun State, joins us for an update of what is happening in the Southwest state. Good morning, Tokunbo. Welcome to the morning show.
Thank you, Adesuwa, Steve, Kachi. Thank you very much for joining us right here in Osogbo. I was listening to Kachi roll out the figures and data, the breakdown of the voters in Osun State. Osogbo is a big city when it comes to electoral contests in Osun State. So it's understandable if we are here in Osogbo trying to give you a breakdown of how it's all going. It's just about 8:39 now, 9 minutes into the time for ballot to open. And we can see people. This is a polling unit here at Olokada Junction here in Osogbo. There are about 3 polling units here. One second one, if my cameraman can just pan to this other one here. Right. Then right.
Thanks.
Tokubo, thanks for that brilliant analysis. We'll see if my fears will be allayed later on. But from the crowd that we can see there. I see that you are excited. I'm not sure that is what will excite me, but these are still early hours. But given the fact that you are in Osogbo, the capital, there's a good number of voters being expected. I think about the largest in the 3 local government areas that will be considered as swing cities. I think about 167,000 in Osogbo. If you add that to Ife East and Olorunda, you have about a total of 400,000 expected voters. Tell us, Tokunbo, how significant is Osogbo to this whole equation? Because we know that all the key governors will go to their respective constituencies to vote, but then it looks like Osogbo and a part of Ife, might be can be considered to be the swing state. How important is Osogbo, not just as the capital, but as a potential swing city? And should we expect anybody big in name and in ranking to be voting today within the Osogbo environment?
No doubt. Let me take it from there. I mean, the secretary of the All Progressives Congress, Senator Ajibola Bashir, is from Osogbo. We have a couple of other dignitaries like that are from here that will be voting right here inside Osogbo. Let's take it from the status of this city. Is the capital city of Osun State, and most times when I've covered elections in this part of Nigeria, for quite some time. What happens most times in the capital city of Osogbo is a very huge indicator of where the pendulum normally swings when it comes to especially governorship electoral contest in this state. So Osogbo is that very important. Now you're talking about the numbers. I mean, whoever is able to get a very good percentage of those numbers and get something very substantial too in Ife East, Ede. I mean, that person could be they could be nodding their heads that they're making a very good progress when it comes to the contest. So Osogbo is very, very significant. The state capital, huge number of voters, and the only fear that had been expressed, which we now think may not be justified eventually, is that people may not come out in large numbers. But like I said earlier, if what we see here at these early hours of the day is anything to go by, then that fear may not be necessary eventually, Steve.
Now, let's look at this from a numbers perspective, Tokunbo. Considering, like you rightly said, Osun State is the largest, with the largest polling units, a total of 282, if I'm not mistaken. In Osogbo, 282 polling units. So roughly, based on what you're seeing right now, do you expect that more people will be... I will just repeat what I've just said. So, are you with me? I can see you trying to adjust your in-ear monitor.
I'm with you, Kachi.
Okay, so based off of this, the numbers that you're currently looking at, do you think this is a pure representation of what each polling unit is going to look like, or expecting that number to gradually increase as the day progresses?
Actually, let me give you an instance from the just recently concluded election in Ekiti State. I started the coverage of that exercise from the capital city, Ado-Ekiti, and I was at one polling unit that was, similar to any of this here. At about this time, on that day, what I saw was a very huge number of voters coming out. Compared to what we had seen elsewhere, and we thought, oh, this could be an indicator that people are so excited and they will be out in large numbers eventually. But as the day grew, and we went back to that, because we had to leave, we went back to that particular polling unit, we realized that the percentage of voters that turned up at that unit was now up to 20%. So really, Kachi, it's still very early in the day. That's why I said it. We hope that what we are seeing
would continue throughout the day, but we can.
After a long off-season,
conversation there. So what are the key takeaways? Several things to pick. The fact that you take it one step after another, because eventually things would work out. So don't get tired. Don't get tired of doing what you're doing, because someday all of the efforts and hard work and smart work would pay off. Thank you so much for being a part of Diaspora Connect today. Remember that you should keep exuding that glow of a true Nigerian, the unbeatable Niger spirit. Until I come your way again, please keep repping Nigeria in the best way possible. I'm Abosade.
What's making around in the front pages of the dailies this morning. And of course, we have our regular analyst on the show here. Kola Alakwini is an international human rights lawyer. Thank you for joining us on the program this morning. Well, let's begin. So take a look at the papers now. Let's begin from this day.
Fair, decisive, doesn't get caught up by the APC Accord, fight and war of influence, and he stays away and INEC shows strong independence and gets this election concluded clearly and fairly, then he would be winning back some of the trust and perhaps position himself for the real deal, which is the 2027 general election. So it's a big test for a man who started this job with the lowest rating and perhaps in the most difficult position that any person has ever been, recently in INEC, system. Again, so that's a major test that we're going to see whether he passes. And then back to Accord, I think, in my own sense, I expect them to do well. I expect that Deleke, despite the dancing and all the issues, in the way Nigerians have performed, Nigerian low governance performance in this country, I think many people, the anecdotes from people who are on ground zero is that he has performed in that very low level of gubernatorial performance in Nigeria. And so I expect that with good structure, good work, networking, and being able to rally the constituency out to vote and some vote protection strategy, probably he would come out, he will win the election, not by a big margin, as I see. APC is going to be very competitive. So that's also the next test, whether he will hold out strong. He has been pushing and withstanding several attacks, whether it's the Osun local government fund, whether it's the EFCC attack. He has held out strongly for now. Will he hold out to the end and win back win a second term? Or with the APC machine, strong, well-oiled, without most of the governors tuning in and on ground with the Senate president, with all the machine of federal government minus the president and his deputy and his vice who are not on site. It looks like the whole power of the APC government is now on the show. Would they be able to wrestle this from fairly? I would want to wrestle that from Adeleke, or would they fall short? So that would be the big test we're watching out today and maybe early tomorrow morning. But an interesting election will determine the outcome of 2027, not necessarily in terms of votes, but could in terms of, giving us indication of what INEC will look like, or what the war will look like as 2027 shapes up to be a very big battle.
Thank you, Dr. Amadi. Now, very importantly this week, sitting Senator Francis Fadaunsi, was embroiled in a scandal where he purportedly, in a video, called for violence. Now, he has said that, he has denied that, said that the video was either AI or was misinterpreted by people who do not speak Yoruba. However, the conversation does strike to the core of what we're speaking about in election integrity in Nigeria. When it comes to violence in Osun State, and when it comes to us looking forward forward to 2027. What do comments like that, particularly from elected officials, what do they represent for or show us about Nigerian politics today?
I think it was a terrible statement, but typical of what we're seeing since 2023. High-profile persons have brandished and branded violence openly, and that has happened to them. I mean, he tried to walk back, but it's clear. I've listened to those who interpret Yoruba where it wasn't like complicated statements. It was very simple. I mean, what the whole arrogance and the gung-ho manner of saying, look, you know what? Even if they are voters, even if they have voters card. And so that's really the dimension. We talk about election violence and post-election violence in few cases, but the pre-election violence is something we have to watch out for. And the violence that tries to stop people from campaigning, try to militarize the space and knock people off from campaign is a major aspect of the democratic nature of elections. Look, as this is going on, I've got some video, some people send me some video clips from Imo State, where low-grade political chieftains are also threatening opposition. If you come and campaign, we'll kill you. So we're seeing Cross River. We've got also some clips that was reported in my news media of an opposition party having a rally, and they came and scattered them, with so much violence, state-backed violence. So we're going to, one of the things that I want to watch out for election, and what's going to kill the democracy in Nigeria in a substantive sense, is not allowing opposition to.
If you're running your own business, you need Symphony. Just tell it what's on your plate, and it jumps right in. And
campaign. So it can take the form of using legal strategy to knock them off the pool, take the case of capturing their people and wooing everybody and buying out their chieftains, and then they are just a shell. And then worst case, if they refuse to die, then make sure they don't have the space to go and campaign. We saw when the governor of Edo State says, look, Peter Obi, you can't enter this territory except my permission. We saw what happened with Benue, also with Peter Obi, and several other persons. So we are getting to the stage where it's now difficult to be opposition anywhere, including states that maybe opposition parties are in charge. So that is the dangerous dimension of violence, pre-election violence, that we are seeing. And the fact that neither INEC nor the DSS nor the Nigerian security system is able to stamp the authority, take hold of these big players and deal with them, severely according to law as a deterrence. That's the impunity, and it's going to feed into it. So look at the case of Father Hussein, senator. Of course, the police does the normal thing, say, okay, come in to talk to him, he walk back. But I'm happy that a court party has gone to court. We hope that seeking for some kind of mandamus for prosecution, and Attorney General of the Federation should step in and prosecute, not just prosecute, there should be a very authoritative denunciation. Denounce this rhetoric. National human rights has a role to play, and they should indict parties, individuals, name and shame. So even if we don't take them to jail, naming and shaming. Today is an international society, we're in a much more globalized society where narratives are important. So if these people are damnified by official state institutions, then they lose a lot. Their movements could be, affected globally. They can't work freely as they would want to. So these are some of the things we need to use. We need to use every tool to de-escalate this violence. And the notion that some individuals or political parties should have all the space to play, because essentially that's going to get us to a de facto one-party state. Yes, we're a multi-party state with over 18 parties, ready to run for election. But if we don't have space for that competition, then you are a de facto one party. And that's why perhaps the Foundation for Human Rights have classified Nigeria today as an authoritarian regime, which is sad. Defend them, the World Authoritative Democracy Report listed us a few years ago as electoral autocracy, even though they have upgraded us a little bit. But the point is, except we are able to have a situation where minority parties, opposition parties, everybody can freely campaign and freely ask voters to vote for them, and voters can freely vote, then the whole thing about election doesn't make sense. I mean, so it's not to today, the day of voting, the polling that matters. It's the build-up, the fear, the threat that make people stay back or make people not go out and canvass vigorously for votes. So these are areas we have to look at. I think it's becoming now typical and, in a sense, epidemic that we need drastic, and I'm happy Amnesty International says we're going to fight this. Action Aid, Abuja School, by Monday, are going to have a big conference, press conference on this, and several suits. If the one in Osun doesn't work, the NGOs intend to sue and ask for the Attorney General to prosecute. So if this senator is prosecuted against clear case of threat to life, if you look at the Violence Against Persons Act, Section 4, it's very clear. So if he's prosecuted and jailed, then that will create a watershed moment for politics in Nigeria. We can't afford violence in this sense. We can't afford people peddling, promoting and encouraging supporters to go out, kill, attack, those who belong to different parties. That's no. We may disagree on policies, we may disagree on strategy and who does what and who is doing well, but we should have a space where everybody could canvass their view. And that's really the fundamental and the most defining aspect of
perspectives, where we take a deep dive into the issues of the day as usual, and where we take a look at people's opinion on such issues. I am Ruth Osime. Welcome back to Perspectives on Arise News. Osun State is more than just another governorship election, which is taking place today. As the last major electoral test before 2027 general elections, it offers Nigerians a chance to examine the health of our democracy and whether confidence in the ballot box can be rebuilt. With millions of Nigerians now eligible to vote for the first time, questions about electoral integrity, vote buying, the credibility of INEC, and the participation of a new generation of voters are beginning to sound even more urgent. They're becoming more urgent. At the heart of this concern is a simple question: can ordinary Nigerians still trust the ballots to make a difference? The answer will depend not only on the conduct of the election, but also on what voters do with the opportunity before them. Will they turn out? Will they resist the temptation of vote buying? And will young Nigerians, in particular, see participation as a pathway to influencing the future that they want? Beyond who wins or who loses, Osun State could offer an important indication of how Nigerians are approaching the 2027 elections. Whether voter apathy is deepening or participation is growing, whether electoral institutions are becoming more trusted or more contested, and whether citizens are prepared to demand greater accountability from those who seek their votes.
Of August 2026, the people of Osun State will be exercising their franchise. This is one opportunity in 4 years that allows you the opportunity to choose leaders of your states, your great states. As long as you are above 18, it is your right to participate in the electoral process. What is our responsibility as the police? Our responsibility is to secure the electoral process. What is your own role? Your role is to come out en masse to vote. Your role is to ensure that we abhor all forms of political thuggery and violence. Osun State is known as the land of virtue. Osun State has over 2.4 million voters with over 3,000 polling units across 30 local government areas. The police in its own will ensure that security is made available for every single voter. Elections come and go, but our common objective remains the peace of Osun State. No blood of any Osun citizen is worth the political career of anyone. I call on all stakeholders, political leaders, voters, youths, civil society organizations to ensure that we collectively make this an election to remember. God bless Osun State. God bless the Nigerian Police Force. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So that sounds a bit encouraging. So to discuss this issue, I have my guests with me on today's edition of Perspectives. My first guest is Atedo Peterside, the founder, Stand Big IBTC Bank, president and founder, ANAP Foundation, distinguished banker, entrepreneur, economist, and public policy advocate with decades of experience in Nigeria's financial sector and national development. I also have Samson Itodo. He is the executive director of Yaga Africa, a civic organization dedicated to promoting democracy across Africa. He has been a pivotal figure in advancing electoral integrity and democracy in Africa. My last guest is Dengi Yefa Angalapu, who will also be joining us later on the show from our Abuja Broadcast Center. And Galapu is a research analyst at Center for Democracy and Development. So you're all welcome to Perspectives with me today. So let's start with you, Mr. A. Osun electoral governorship election is the last one before the general election in 2027. Beyond the winner, what should Nigerians watch most closely? And how can INEC, what must INEC do to restore confidence in the electoral process?
I mean, yes, I think saying the obvious, Osun is the last off-cycle election before the general election. Yes. So it's significant. And also, if INEC is not ready for Osun, if they bungle Osun, the chances are that they will not be ready for the general election. If you can't organize yourself in one state, it's unlikely you can organize yourself all over the country. The things I would like to stress is that, number one, this election, Osun, same as 4 years ago, is a referendum on INEC, on the security agencies, the police, everybody. It's a referendum on all of them because they are on trial. In the eyes of the Nigerian public, they are on trial. So last time around, and I'll say it because I've criticized INEC so much, INEC did well in Osun. By 6 p.m., we saw all the results on IREV. We knew who the winner was. Nobody altered results and all that. Of course, when it came to presidency, it was a different story. But I'm just trying to show you that last time around, INEC passed the test in Osun. I hope and pray this time they will pass the test in Osun.
They will live up to their last experience. Okay, this your Go Nigeria began as a non-partisan civic initiative, to deepen citizens' engagement in democracy, basically. But what gap does it seek to fill, and how has the mandate expanded beyond just voter participation?
Yes, because you can say we expanded the mandate, but we talk in terms of introducing 4 pillars to go along with the mandate. Because you cannot just go and tell young people to come and register to vote. And please, when I say young people, my top priority this year was people aged 18, 19, 20, 21, their first voting experience. In many countries, it's even the government that goes out to encourage them to vote. In Nigeria, Go Nigeria and others decided that we have to take it upon ourselves always to do what we can to make them carry out their civic duty to register. But when I say that for these young voters, encouraging them to come out is tricky. We focused on trying to train the trainer, convince some young people, get them to convince other young people. It's like young people only listen to other young people. So if you convert enough of them, critical mass, it helps to make a big difference. So for many of them in Osun, it's the first time out. You and I may be cynical because of our age, but for them it's excitement. It's the first time they are allowed by Nigeria to come out. And I hope that Nigeria does not disappoint them.
So what have the young people that you have trained to train the younger ones to come out, what has that process been like? Has it been successful?
Well, I think the only way to measure success is the overall number of new young people that registered. INEC will bring out the figures soon, but the last figures I saw were very encouraging.
Yeah, there were about over 2 million or something.
Are you joking? Yes. Nationwide, it was close to 40 million.
No, I'm talking about Osun State.
Okay, but I'm talking nationwide.
Okay, yes,
because I'm just talking nationwide because, but of course, Osun becomes the first place that those young people. Yes. And let me tell you one thing about Nigeria's demography. In any election in Nigeria, if these young people, those voting for the first time, 18, 19, 20, 21, if they all vote for the same person, invariably that person has won. It happened many years ago. Yes, we saw it,
But we're assuming that...
I'm just saying that if they all... nobody's saying they will do so. But there's so many that if they turn out and they all vote largely for the same person, case closed.
But I think more importantly that they can guarantee that there's no rigging. Then the results will truly reflect what the people voted.
You know, let's go step by step, because this rigging, the first way to aid rigging is poor voter turnout. People don't come out and vote. That helps the riggers. Conversely, the riggers' nightmare is a huge turnout. A huge turnout means you have to have several votes to nullify. You may nullify and falsify and find that you have still lost. So I always tell people that instead of being disenchanted, instead of giving up on the system, get off your backside, go out there, do your best to vote. Because it's large numbers of people coming out to vote that overwhelm riggers. I've already called it the riggers' nightmare. Think about it. People talk about vote buying and all that. If the turnout is phenomenal, even the money you have earmarked for vote buying may finish.
Well, what was it in last elections? Was there a huge turnout for Osun State?
The turnout, if I remember the numbers figure, the turnout, I believe it was in the high 20s in terms of percentage, which is not bad for Nigeria.
High 20s?
Percentage, yeah, or perhaps it was even 30, but we can check that later.
Even that in itself is still low.
Yeah, but hey, there are elections in Nigeria where the voter turnout is 10%, 11%, so let's be careful.
Wow.
Also, very important to remember, the INEC register, in terms of registered voters, I believe, is biased upwards. Let me explain. I bet you when you go and vote, if you have lived in a particular polling unit area repeatedly for 10 years, when you go and vote, you will see names of people who died last year, died year before, died 3 years ago. Because INEC does not have a foolproof way of knowing who is alive, who is dead.
Exactly.
So they are biased towards leaving names there on the register because you don't know if the man is alive or dead. So it's better to err on the side of leaving a dead man's name than to remove it. I don't want to go into details, but I have seen name of somebody who died in 2016.
But are these names exploited by the riggers?
I mean, it varies from polling unit to polling unit, but it creates a potential. But then if you're using beavers, it should not make a difference.
Yeah, but they use beavers.
I'm just saying that if they follow the rules and use beavers, because if somebody does not even appear, then you cannot vote in his name. Yeah. But either way, I think let's not lose focus. The priority is that this is still the morning, it's 11:15. If anybody in Osun watching this program, all the young people decide to come out, they are claiming their birthright and influencing the affairs of Osun State. So even if it's now they decide to come out, it can make a difference.
Okay. The present governor, as we know, is in the Accord Party. And I don't know if you're aware that a former member of his party defected just a couple of hours ago. Doesn't this even now further deepen the mistrust that the youth have with the government? Because if it's supposed to be a chairman or at least a big figure in a particular company can defeat just a few hours yesterday.
So, let's be very careful because there are rules about, say the campaign is over. So let's be careful that we don't single out a single candidate.
No,
because
that was because it was
sure,
on,
I know, I'm just saying, but because really, if you're not talking about one candidate, indirectly, you are drawing attention to one person.
Okay,
but let's talk generally.
Let's just say generally.
So generally, the point I'm making is that
of a particular party
I don't think people are heavily influenced any longer by Mr. A defecting or Mr. B defecting.
Heavily influenced or not impressed?
Nigerian politicians have been known to defect left, right, and center. The miracle is if they don't defect. And then again, let's be careful. Half those defecting, they can't even deliver their own polling units. And we all know for some of them, if you bring a bag of money and shake it, they will defect. So, I mean, I don't think people should worry about that. Go out and do the needful. Go and vote for who you want to vote for.
Speaking of this bag of money, a lot of people are hungry. And this vote buying seems to be something that they will readily accept for a short-term gain for long-term suffering. So how can you now encourage these youth to look beyond momentary satisfaction and to look at a bigger picture and vote with their conscience?
Yeah, okay. Earlier I was talking about the 4 pillars that we expanded our mandate to go Nigeria, which include electoral reform, judicial reform, insecurity, freedom of speech, because those 4 pillars affect election outcomes. Insecurity alone in the polling unit area can affect voter turnout. But I think that when you're talking about impact of money or voting. Really, if the officials and all the parties, the officials in particular, INEC in particular, insist on the rules and make it a secret ballot, that becomes a nightmare for people paying voters. Because you could be paying somebody who does not vote for you. The problem is that in several polling units, and I hope it does not happen this time in Osun, the problem is that in several polling units, INEC sits down, is almost co-opted into the vote-buying arrangements in the sense that they are watching people going into a polling unit, displaying who they're voting for to somebody watching as a means of qualifying to collect some money.
Yes.
But if it was a real secret ballot, the guy would have to give you money. When you enter the polling unit, only take a chance. And you know, many Nigerians, I'm sorry to say, I'm not abusing their countrymen, but they're clever. Many Nigerians, if it was a secret ballot, they'll collect your money and vote for who they want to vote for. You know, but the problem is that the officials connive and allow arrangements that allow all these thugs and agents of parties to see who is voting for who. When I go and vote, and I voted the last 3 elections, nobody knows who I voted for. Nobody can dare ask me to show them who I voted. Who is that person? They've not been born. So now, the problem is that, like I said, it's INEC and who is in charge. Sometimes the geography of a polling unit has been designed to encourage vote buying. They make it possible for people to see, to bring up, to go and vote and cleverly display, and if somebody there gives you a thumbs up and all that to make sure that...
I want to ask, for every polling unit, there's a representative of a party, isn't there?
Sure. Sometimes, let's be fair, sometimes the parties complain. Generally, the smaller ones, they complain that this arrangement is not fair. There's voter intimidation. Because,
no, but how does that happen? When if you have 12 parties and you have all the...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a failure of INEC and the security agents. The security agents too are involved. What's the point of having police and all those people standing there? And a thug will now come and rearrange the geography of a polling unit so that they can monitor those who give money, whether they voted for them or not. Then there's the potential for intimidation. Even if they paid you in advance and then you didn't vote for them and they can see that, then they can intimidate you afterwards. They want their money back and all that. So the point I'm making is that we must hold INEC's feet to the fire. Even as the election is taking place in Osun today, the media should look at the geography, the layout of every polling unit, and point out those ones and shame them into rearranging the ballot box in particular, and guarantee voters confidentiality. They pick up something and finish voting and put it in there. Nobody knows who they voted for. So if you want to give them 25,000, 20,000, but you don't know who they're voting for, with due respect, it's fine by me. What I will not endorse or encourage, and what we should all frown at and condemn, is when the authorities, INEC and the security agents, encourage the whole vote buying by denying citizens their right to a secret ballot. If it was a secret ballot, vote buying would be reduced because it becomes a gamble, and you could lose out. So the real failure really is INEC and the security agents.
Do you see that changing anytime soon?
Well, that's why Go Nigeria and others, you see, if you don't draw attention to problems, even this discussion we're having, why am I here? If you don't draw attention to these failures, and hopefully people listening join to say, yes, this makes sense, we can't allow this, we won't do this, please believe me, nothing changes without the struggle.
Well, I want to ask, like Go Nigeria and other such bodies who are interested in enlightening the youths and encouraging them to actually participate in what they've lost to hope in, is it possible that as a brand, you can go there around the voting units or send people to the voting units to represent you and represent other such bodies to ensure that you are now making doubly sure that the votes are... Is this something you can introduce into the system?
Sorry, I will never say never, but right now we're not doing it, not Go Nigeria. But one of your other guests, Yaga Africa, they are doing that.
Okay.
So I mean, different strokes for different folks.
Yeah, so
priority has been mobilizing and getting people to come out and register. And even there, in terms of electoral reform, there was a significant reform this time in the sense that people could sit down in their houses, young people, and we put out all the encouragement and use the smartphone and put in all your details. Years ago, it was not like that. You had to get up and go out into the sun go to an INEC center. They say, oh, sorry, don't come back today, come back tomorrow. So people got discouraged and got disenchanted. That you can begin the process and take it very far in the comfort of your own house on a smartphone. Was very important for the educated youth. And I believe that that's probably helped to trigger many of them coming out to register now, because it was a bit easier, the process. But without the clamor for reform and all, INEC and some other funny people keep on making this thing so difficult.
Exactly.
Something that should be easy for every Nigerian.
Even get through that channel you're talking about, can also be a roadblock in the sense that you might not go through.
In fact, you know what? Nigeria is one of the few countries in this world that somebody will have a Nigerian passport, have a Nigerian ID card, and he cannot go and vote. He still needs something else, a PVC. Even that we should eventually dismantle. Because in the UK, if you're a British citizen, you will vote. In fact, it's the duty of the government to go to every household and say, do you have anybody new who is not on the register? That's the government's responsibility. Here we have INEC who sit on his backside and then tell you that, oh, you, Ruth, you have no PVC. Meanwhile, you try and get the PVC, they're the very ones who frustrate you. Remember the last election? How many times did you find bundles of PVC buried somewhere?
Yes. That's how
but in every large organization, there are rogue elements. So let us believe that it was the work of rogue elements in INEC. But let's not think that those rogue elements were not sponsored by somebody, because I put it to you, Ruth, that if you give me surnames of most Nigerians, I can guess where they're from. There are very few surnames that you cannot place. If somebody's surname is Okereke, Nwafo, it's Igbo. Somebody's surname is Oluwole, it's Yoruba. So if you want to go to influence outcomes, if you pack all the PVCs that have a Yoruba surname in Lagos and you bury them, you have disenfranchised those with Igbo surnames. If you go to Kaduna and you pack all the CVs with Yoruba surnames and you bury them, you disenfranchise lots of Yorubas in that state. So all these things are done deliberately, and guess what? Most times there's no sanction. So it makes one think whether there's official endorsement. But who has been sanctioned before? How did those PVCs get there? Wasn't there somebody at INEC responsible for taking those PVCs somewhere and getting used to come and collect them? How did those PVCs leave his hand and get buried somewhere? That kind of person should be in jail. But who knows? Perhaps in Nigeria they promote him. You can easily do an audit and say, hang on a second, you were the person in charge of these 5,000 PVCs in Surulere, of which 1,000 were found buried. In China, they will behead you if there was any such official that would be so brazen to sabotage a government policy.
But we've even seen polling booths being sabotaged physically and nothing has happened.
Yeah, so, even last night or so, I was disturbed when I saw a video.
What did you know?
People like just on WhatsApp, people, campaigns should have stopped 24. That should have stopped already. Some people that looked like thugs were talking. The police and co were in large numbers, and they were now shouting and calling a particular candidate's name, threatening him and his supporters if they come out tomorrow.
Okay, that's what I said. They kill them, and then
no, that's a different one. But I'm just saying. But even there, what are the police there for them?
Exactly.
Does it mean that the police just stand there like zombies?
Yes.
If somebody comes around now shouting the candidates, look at in this studio, you ask me an innocent question. I refuse to go down the route of calling a candidate's name and so on. I didn't want either the candidate or his opponents to say, why am I being allowed to call his name when there's no more campaign? Because whatever you say is like you're either for or against him. But when you have thugs walking around, threatening voters backing the particular candidates, and the police are standing there like zombies looking, something is wrong.
We pray for some change, because this is also very discouraging when you listen to or when you see the younger ones, the younger generation, like we said, disgruntled, disenfranchised, are not even interested. So if you were to talk to a young person now and he says that I don't want to vote because my vote doesn't count, and why should I bother? What would you say to them?
I'm personally telling that if your vote does not count, why are they offering to buy your vote? Who is the idiot that will be buying your vote if it does not count? If your vote does not count, they'll drive you away until you take your vote and get out.
Yeah,
that they are buying your votes. I've already said earlier. They're buying your vote because they need that ballot paper stamped in their favor to put it somewhere. and count. Even if they want to destroy those of your opponent, they need their own. If you have no ballot paper in your favor, then you've lost. So the votes obviously count. And I've said earlier that if you think you have an enemy who is trying to stop you from voting, always give your enemy what he does not want. What people vote riggers don't want is a large turnout. You go out there, cast your own vote. Don't worry about whether that vote will make a difference or not. Go out there and cast the vote first. If you do it in large numbers, you will influence the outcome sooner or later.
But from the feelers that you have gotten so far, do you think quite a large number has, the numbers have increased in terms of turnout?
Do you mean this election? Yes. No, this election, I think it's too early. You cannot get perhaps the likes of Yaga Africa.
Yeah,
but let me tell you what part of the problem is. And I hope this time there are agencies who monitor that. You see, we take nonsense from INEC as a nation, and it has to stop. If you're a CEO of INEC, you're conducting only election in one state. For goodness sake, by 11 o'clock, the material should be in every single polling unit. Where they are not present, they are not being delivered, you should be called out. Something is wrong. Because it's easy to influence the governorship election if you know that this candidate is strong in these LGAs, is weak in the other LGAs. Then you can simply make sure that voting starts very late in one LGA where somebody is weak. So all those things are what I would call programmed rigging, because the umpire is biased. But we can monitor now, and I believe this time the numbers will come out. What time the voting starts in various polling units. The second thing we can monitor, by 6 p.m., 5 p.m. today, 95% of the polling unit results should have been uploaded. If they were not, then somebody is playing games. Go and check the last governorship election. In about 25 states, by 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 80-90% of the results had been uploaded. The ones they hold back and then say there's a glitch and all that. It's because somebody. In fact, so as soon as they tell us there's a glitch, we all know now. But the one thing I must point out is that even if INEC does a good job in Osun this time, I want to remind Nigerians that last time they did a good job in Osun. That somebody decides to do the correct thing today does not mean that he cannot turn around by the presidential election and become rogue completely. So you should not let your guard down. That task of monitoring, that task of pressurizing, that task of shouting, calling people, holding their feet to the fire must continue every single day from now till the next elections. But otherwise, they will do something today. You praise them, you turn your back. So they can almost do it to fool you, because you then relax thinking, oh, everything has been sorted out. It's a lie.
Well, let's just pray
until they've done it repeatedly, election after election.
Yes. Let's just pray that the head of INEC has his own voice and would definitely prove this.
He too must know that he's on trial, because we're all watching him. He has the family, he has everybody. They should go and talk to him. Everybody's watching him. He can make history and elevate his family name, or he can destroy it. He can wreck it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Atero Peterside, for your very riveting conversation. I wish we had a longer time, but we appreciate the time that you have spent with us, and we pray that we will see the results as they are as the real results and not any fabricated
by 6 p.m. today.
By 6 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As the election continues across Osun State to determine who leads the state for another term of our 4 years, research analyst at Center for Democracy and Development, Dangia Angalapu, joins me now from Abuja. I'm also expecting Samson Itodo, Executive Director of Yaga Africa, to join us from Oshobo. But Dangia, we have you now. Welcome to Perspectives. Now, as voting is underway, what is your overall assessment? Good morning there. As voting is underway, what is your overall assessment of the election so far? What are the strongest positives you have observed? And where are the biggest red flags, if any? Or is it too soon to tell?
Considering the tensions that we saw before today, especially of violence especially of the fears of the use of the federal mind, the misinformation, disinformation, hate speech that we saw. I will say that the early part of the election has relatively been peaceful. Has been relatively peaceful. Of course, we cannot take away the fact that we've also had some issues. So, for example, in Modakeke, for example, we saw a situation where some policemen allegedly, disrupted the voting and carted away materials. That has been reported. We've also seen a situation in, for example, polling unit 10, Ward 4 in Ejigbo, where our observers had reported vote buying. But considering how the tension that was there before the election and the fears of Nigerians and election observers, we can say that relatively the early part of the election has been very peaceful. I mean, there is still time and we're still observing the process, but we hope that it is peaceful till the end.
Okay. Now, how would you rate INEC's preparedness? Because there's also the issue of they never seem to have enough time to get ready. So how would you rate their preparedness with the arrival of personnel and materials to the functioning of BVAs? And also the management of the polling unit?
Yeah, so in the polling units that we observed, our observers reported that INEC, arrived early. I mean, there were a few cases where they arrived a bit late, and again, that was from the reports of our observers, that was attributed to the transporters. Let's not forget that before the election day today, we had reported and we had raised concerns about the National Union of Road Transport Workers and the challenges in that state. So we had even expected something deeper than what we have seen. But I mean, to our pleasant surprise, most materials arrived early. On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say that INEC has done well with regards to arrival. I would give them a 6 as of now, but we are still observing the process with respect to other election administration activities.
Okay, but from what you've seen so far, are people even turning out? What is the turnout like? And are they able to vote freely without any intimidation or undue influence? Because they did say that about 2 million people registered. So what's the turnout like? Are people turning out?
Yes. Turnout is a function of, an arithmetic calculation. But on a face value, what we can see is that we've seen resilience of people. We've seen people, really come out. And again, that's also a very pleasant surprise. Remember, this is an election where over 15,000 security officials are deployed. And one fear we had is that these security officials and the show of force in Osun State will actually deter people from coming out to vote. But from what we have seen, surprisingly, we have seen the resilience of the Osun people. People are coming out to vote, and there is still time, so we are expecting more people to come out to vote. When it comes to the secrecy of the ballot, we have a challenge there because we've seen, like in Ejigbo, we've seen places in other places where we see a crowded, the ballot box is almost crowded, and you can see that when voters go to the booth to vote, you see. You basically can see that the agents of political parties can somehow see who they are voting for, which of course, compromises the secrecy of the ballot. And it's a challenge when voters cannot vote in secret, because in Nigeria, we operate a secret ballot system. So overall, the turnout has been good on a face value.
So we saw that after economy, about 44% of the results. So 99, that is 44% Osun State governorship results. So let's look at that. Members of the public can now check the result of the ongoing governorship election. Independent National Electoral Commission has begun from the. So if we go to the website, we will see. Is that what you are saying? So far, Commission has uploaded result of the. Let's see. Let's see if we can dissect. We go to INEC website. Let's see if we can get results. See, I don't upload now. Where do we get the obstacle result? Sure. I don't know where we will see the results. These people are doing a juro. They said we should go to the their website that Osun on the upload results. But I don't know where I mean, but ain't nothing coming up. This is a juro. Let's see, let me go back to that. So members of the public can now check the result of the ongoing governorship election in Osun State as the Independent National Electoral Commission has begun uploading results from across local government area in the state. There is electoral viewing portal. A check by Nigeria Watch on the platform by about 5:48 p.m. on Saturday shows that early results from various polling units across the state are already being processed and uploaded as the coalition continued at the local government level. So far, the commission has uploaded 1,657 results, representing 44% of the expected 3,763 polling units across the state. Results from hundreds of polling unit locations have been successfully uploaded and made available for public viewing. This news platform understood that the uploads are taking place simultaneously across the 30 local government area of Osun State as election officials works to follow the process. The portal automatically counter-updates periodically as fresh result sheets are transmitting from the field, giving election observers and voters across the country real-time access. Real-time access, I think that's the word. Key contenders in the contest, including Governor Ademola Adeleke of the Accord Party, Bola Oyebanji of the Alliance Progressive Congress (APC), and Najim Salim of the African Democratic Congress (ADC), and candidates from other political parties. It is worth noting that the election result upload remain in the early stage as local government and ward collection officers pie figure from various parts of the states. I guess they are using the combination of real time and manual collection. So INEC real time, INEC portal. See, let me see. Sure. Where is the Oh, wow. Osun State. Let me see. Maybe not like this. Oh shit. Osun. The heck? I just. Oh, not it. What's going on there? Come on. It's our neck. Wow. Okay, I want to believe our neck lie. I'll be the newspaper. God damn, they don't go bloody.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account.
An armed thug arrested by citizens in a polling unit in the ongoing Osun State governorship election. He came armed and wanted to cut away and disrupt voting in the polling unit, but citizens stood their ground and arrested.
That one don't collect.
Steal from you. It is very nice that Osun State people are politically aware. They know what needs to be done. The way they are buying votes in Osun State, you will see more updates in a moment. You see how Osun State people are seizing the money from thugs who are buying the votes. They seize the money from them and chase them away. This is what Nigerians must do in 2027. People should stop saying that votes don't count. Votes count. Look at APC people running helter-skelter in Osun State. They are buying votes, including rigging election, cutting away ballot boxes with policemen. Whether they are policemen or not still needs to be determined. As you can see here, the woman filming this was shouting that policemen came to cut away their voting materials. So if Nigerians stand their ground, no one is going to steal from you. All these politicians you see bragging every day that they're on the ground, that they're everywhere, if you chase them away and chase all their thugs away, they can't win.
This is their face. Useless people. I want you to take us somewhere. Everything will see calm. I want Lori Buruku and when you are for.
Wọ́n fọ́ unitatin ní unity gómìnà kankan àwọn apc lọ́wọ́ mi wọ́n ń pínwó so àwọn bá wọn fọ wọn láwọn bá wọn jẹ àkànyẹ wọn pọ̀ sí gbowó tó gbé òfin tí wọ́n fún wa ní ká má pòwó fẹ́ nìkan ká lọ dìbò ẹgbẹ́ tó ẹ̀bọ̀n lọ so ọlọ́run tó bàjẹ́. àwọn ẹgbẹ́ wọ́n sá lọ bọ́líbà nìkan ni wọ́n fi gbowó lọ àwọn ẹ̀ta lẹ́mú la gbélé lọ́wọ́ wọn. àwọn apc evidence wà lọ́wọ́ gómìnà adé ẹgbẹ̀rún salam ìwà lóye ADC candidate kọ́ndìbò ní unity kọ́ndìdè ní unity àwọn APC tó ń pín wọ́n bẹ̀ wá sí bí owó tiwọn náà àtọ́lọ́bọ̀ mi báyìí bí ẹjẹ́ kí wọ́n agorí fún mi ní bí aago mẹ́wàá kọjá ogún ìṣẹ́jú ní unit 13 aago mẹ́wàá ní 10:30 ní unit 7.
monitoring election in Osogbo. Hello, Femi. Good afternoon. How are you doing? And talk to us about the situation on ground. What local government is that you're at?
Well, I'm currently at Unit 5, Ward 34 in Okefia area of Osogbo, around the Salvation Army Primary School, where voting is currently ongoing. It started quite early at 8:30 a.m. Everyone has been orderly here, and it's ongoing at the moment. But there was a slight hitch earlier, and I want to bring in one of the returning officers to explain to us what really happened. Let's hear from him. But that has been resolved. But let's just hear from him what happened. Hello, sir. How you doing?
I'm good, my brother.
Yes, you talked to me about a hitch with the beavers machine. What exactly went wrong?
Now, actually, ab initio, when we started the process, we had a problem with the beavers machine, with the network. But we thank God now, after some consultations, so we are able to solve the problem. As you can see, people are doing their civic responsibility now. The beavers is working perfectly now.
Okay, what kind of consultation did you get back up? Did somebody from the INEC technical team come on ground to check it? What really happened?
Exactly. When we lodged a complaint that the beavers was not working actively, so we called for a backup, and the man came around. They rectified the problem, and that was all. The beavers is now working perfectly now.
Okay, now how long did this take before backup came, and for how long did the beavers machine malfunction?
Actually, when we requested for a backup, it took us about 20-25 minutes before we could get the backup that we requested for. And we thank God. I can tell you categorically, I can say emphatically that the proactiveness of the INEC is commendable. They were quickly, to be able to attend, to the problem of the beavers. And now you can see the beavers is working impeccably.
All right then. Okay, let's talk about the voter behavior here. Has there been any issue, and has it been generally in terms of voter behavior now?
Seriously speaking, I must be sincere and I must be factual with you. I mean, actually, when we started the process, we didn't record any problem, but it's gotten to a certain stage that we recorded an issue of vote buying. So, and we called the security agent. They attended to it, and that was able to be solved.
How did they attend to an issue of vote buying?
Those who are gathering to be buying votes, canvassing voters on the queue, they were chased away by the security agent. So, and it was now later that we were able to understand that it was some people that came from another polling unit that wanted to be doing a vote buying in this particular Ward 5, Unit 34 of Osogbo local government area of Osun State. But now, as you can see, people are cooperating with the INEC officials. They are cooperating with the COP members. They are doing fantastically well.
Thank you so much. Your name again, please?
My name is Adisa Agboni Adekunle.
Okay, you are
I'm the returning officer for this Unit 34.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your insight. Well, there you have it, Victoria. An issue of vote buying was earlier reported, but before this could begin to happen, they were able to alert security officers, and then the vote buyers or prospective vote buyers, were chased away, and that's a good one for the police and other people around here, ensuring that everyone sticks to the rules and plays by the books in this particular election. Victoria.
Thank you so much, Femi. Lovely update. But give us more updates on the current number of voters waiting to cast their ballot. What numbers do you have on ground? And then touch more on security. Has anything happened where you need more security aside the vote buying situation? Or would you suggest for more security in that area, looking at how large the number is?
Well, at this particular polling unit, there are over 900 registered voters. We do not know how many of them have turned out here to cast their ballot, but there are still quite a number of people on the queue waiting to vote. Well, this delay, again, I'll tell you, was caused by the earlier hitch with the Beavers machine, which has now been sorted. That is what has caused this delay at another polling unit just not far away from here, where they didn't have that kind of issue. There is no one on the queue again, just people trickling in, maybe just a few people trickling in to be attended to. But it's because of that delay that we still have this large number of people. But hopefully, before voting ends at 2:30, a lot of these people would have been attended to, and the queue would significantly reduce. And nothing really has happened here that appears to have overwhelmed security operatives around here. Like the returning officer reported earlier, an issue of vote buying, and the security officers were able to respond to it even without calling for backup. So I must say that's a kudos for the security men on ground here doing their thing and ensuring that the whole place is peaceful. It's also been very quite orderly. People on queues, nobody trying to jump the queue or get ahead of themselves. Everyone waiting patiently for their turn to cast their ballot. So far, just around here, it's been very peaceful. And over here, it's the Beavers machine, which is now functioning. Somebody is trying to get accredited. As soon as her accreditation is done, she will then be issued a ballot paper. Okay, accreditation has just been done. She's now being issued a ballot paper. After she gets that ballot paper, which will be stamped and signed, she will then proceed to the voting cubicle, where she's expected to thumbprint against the logo of her preferred party, and then she comes and drop it inside the ballot beside the voting cubicle. So it's an orderly process, and it's like everyone here already understands the rule. They know what the process is about. They know that the first thing is to check their names on the voter register. After that, they go for accreditation with the Beavers. After that, they pick up their ballot box.
Sophisticated states, politically conscious, and irrespective of leanings, most issues.
They are in this moment, but at the same time, we are
ended, but INEC has not announced an extension. So sorting and counting has already started in some polling units. But before we went on that break, where we had that conversation with one of our reporters on ground, he said that in some polling units, voting is still going on. But let me come to you, Wale Ogwandi. What should INEC be doing right now to ensure that the transition from voting to counting and collation does not become the most vulnerable phase of this election?
Generally, it's a rule. There's a window. You start 8:30, you close 2:30. So obviously, if you don't open the window 8:30, the number of time that there's a delay is added. That's what we call fairness.
Okay.
And I hope they will follow that. Well, in most places in Osun, from the reports I got from my people, voting started on time. And of course, we thank God we had a very good weather. So the issue of the weather disturbing in terms of rains and so on is not there. So be that as it may, if that is cleared, then the next thing is following the procedure. Begin to sort out the various papers, the ballots, and of course, you begin to count. You get the, who is it now? The agents to be on standby, and of course, clear the place so that it will be visible for everybody to see, not a crowded place. You see, when you put up all these structures on ground, then the whole environment, everybody will say, yes, the project is clear, visible. Not that the whole place is crowded, or you drive some people away, or you intimidate some people. No. After that, they count to the knowledge and to the sight of everyone, and of course, you post it. Posting means you paste it at the wall there. When we started all this project in the first time, they will say, no, they are taking the votes to the polling station. Meanwhile, to the police station. Meanwhile, the electoral act is that you take it to the polling station. But they will say they are taking it to the police station. In between the polling unit and the police station or police station, the thing will come get delay or it will disappear.
And you know, it was nice to hear from Festus Okoye, former INEC officer, corroborating what correspondent Rafi Ahmed has said. Osun residents are out, determined to vote. They are there. We saw them seated. We are here today to cast this ballot. I mean, also from the data INEC released, an increase of roughly 400,000 registered voters in 4 years. It's quite significant, isn't it?
Why get a GoDaddy domain? Here's one reason. Before I got a GoDaddy domain with a professional
Absolutely. You know, and if this is anything to go by, is to just amplify it and speak to Nigerians. You should not be intimidated. If you're eligible to vote, you've registered to vote, you have your PVC, you're courageous enough to go out there and make that
from constituents are crucial to consolidating ongoing gains across the district. The lawmaker spoke at a town hall meeting with APC stakeholders from Kaba, Bumu, Ijumo Federal Constituency and other parts of Kogi West ahead of the 2027 elections. Michael Ila reports.
This engagement session in Kaba is part of ongoing consultations across Kogi West aimed at charting a common course ahead of the 2027 presidential and National Assembly polls. Senator Sunday Karimi acknowledges that the backing of his people continues to drive his legislative interventions and constituency projects in education, infrastructure, water supply, and electricity. He also highlights youth and women empowerment programs alongside security support initiatives to improve welfare and economic opportunities.
What we are out to do is to build unity, build peace, and hold our party APC together so that we can unitedly win the election. I'm not out to fight anybody. I'm out to defend you people.
The lawmaker commends President Bola Tinubu's people-focused policies, which he describes as key performance indicators for his re-election.
During the primary election in APC, he won the election. We vote for him, Kaba Bonu Ijomo. He won the election. Kaba, Egbe, Ilorin, which have been the root of the bandits. But I know with the awarding of that contract now, we thank God that the bandit will be a thing of the past. Kaba, Omo, Equities have been awarded, and very soon I learned that they have been mobilized and they are starting to work very well. So therefore, all this have been influenced by the Senator Karimi Sunday, and that's why people are rallying around him.
Bakuta, I'm from Kiri Kingdom. When that bridge collapsed, if not for the senator, if not because of God and him, the bridge would have been there up till now. So what to me, I benefited from women empowerment.
We are riding on the right horse. Senator Karimi is able and capable to be returned back, and we will support him.
Beyond the gathering, key stakeholders pledged to close ranks and support President Tinubu, Senator Karimi, and other APC candidates to deepen grassroots development across the district.
And members of the Renewed Hope Ambassadors and Anambra State chapter have pledged to continue to amplify the programs of President Bola Tinubu across the 326 political wards of the state. Addressing newsmen after the state executive.
Everyone keeps asking me how I do my podcast alone. The answer, Riverside. I get high quality podcast recordings right from my room. And I'm not even using expensive equipment. Watch this. Riverside
offices through grassroots mobilization. The state coordinator reaffirms their commitment to hit the ground running early with the aim of intimating eligible voters of several interventions taken by the APC government.
We're here to re-emphasize the need for APC to win elections in all positions, presidency, senatorial, House of Reps, and others. This is time for us to do that because we have seen what Mr. President has done for Ndibo, has done for Anambra, has done for Imo, for Ebonyi, for Enugu, and for Abia states. So Renewed Hope Ambassadors is just to rekindle the spirit of Nigerians.
It is a long-term restructuring of the economy that Mr. President is doing. It's not a one-day affair. He's putting sustainable economic development of the country in motion. And you can see that. Look at the stability of the Naira. Look at the students in the higher institutions can access loans, and nobody can leave the school institutions anymore because they are unable to pay school fees.
And it is important that we realize the oddities, we realize the challenges ahead of us so as to prepare better, which is why we have adopted the cripple mythology. The cripple mythology is starting early, all right? And that is why we've taken that step. So we appreciate the...
And stakeholders at the I-Hill Global Youth Impact Forum in Abuja have called for deliberate investment in young people as catalysts for sustainable development. The forum, organized by the Water Light Save Initiative, brought together policymakers, entrepreneurs, development practitioners, and young changemakers to explore pathways for turning youth potential into measurable impact. Also speaking at the event, the wife of the Kwara State Governor Olufolake Abdul Razak stressed the importance of including young people and women in governance and leadership. She highlighted initiatives and
things that we contemplated and did together. That is why it was important when I was running for this office to serve you as a very important notice of what I will do. Yeah. And it was a very, very friendly and frank discussion. had a threat of possible strike and something. And I have noticed, you may strike all you want, but fuel subsidy will be gone. And today, to the benefit of our great country, I will soon publish the utilization of what it is. But I listen to people, they say common man and all of that. Who are the people receiving the salaries in the local government administration? Are they not common men and women receiving salary regularly at the state level? Are they not common men and women? The ordinary people receiving salary at the federal government regularly, and it affects all the market women around us, including your wives. Yes, the economy is not a church play. It's a system of financial engineering and research that we praise. And I want to thank you for the cooperation and collaboration, the understanding. But I'm glad you have seen the effect of being able to find funding for long-term projects. Lagos-Ibadan Road, Abuja, Kaduna, Abuja, Kano, and Sokoto, Badagry, and the highways, and many other road networks. It's all for the good of us and the good of our economy and the safety of our people. And equally, the introduction of compressed natural gas. Well, I will appeal to you, we will do more, we will encourage you, but ask your drivers to let it trickle to the commuters too. Because whatever benefit that is coming from CNG is going to in the pocket of truck owners. It's not spreading as fast as I would like it, but it should spread. The refineries that you mentioned is going to come back to work.
Double clapping.
We're just building a very firm reset and structural reworking of the economy of it. Ordinary flame and the smoke of refinery doesn't mean that it's working until it's profitable and it yield the value for which it is built. I'm not a man who go looking back and everything, because I've accepted the asset and liability of my predecessor, no matter what has happened in the years past. It's my responsibility now as the president to fix it, make it work for the largest common value of our population. I take responsibility for that, and I'm going to do it. Thank you for your inspiring, recognition of partnership and effort that you are doing. And I will just still appeal to all of you to let us work diligently and passionately on this democracy. You all work together with us to bring about the democracy. Democracy is about celebration of freedom and opportunity that must be cherished by all of us. It's not easy to manage a democratic regime full of twists and turns, hills and valleys, and all of that. But it's through perseverance, endurance, and good determination that we can bring about, a relief of a newborn baby in a pregnancy. You see the joy of life it is. The motherhood is painful, but the joy is everlasting, and I promise you, you will enjoy a better Nigeria.
And we have an award of a plaque for you to be the patron of petroleum.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels.
Now to the week that was, and the Osun governorship election this weekend is raising big questions that are far from settled. We'll begin by analyzing TAF Africa CEO J.K. Pele's on-the-ground assessment. He was, of course, talking to us earlier from Osogbo, looking beyond the ballot box at security, INEC's preparedness, voter participation, vote buying, and the experience of citizens who are often left at the margins of the electoral process. Then there is the increasingly troubling language of Nigerian politics, from Islamic cleric Sheikh Yahya Jingir's controversial remarks about Muslims and Christians to Senator Francis Fadausi's inflammatory comments during the Osun campaign. What does such rhetoric tell us about the temperature of the political environment ahead of 2027? And at the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation's Democracy Dialogue in Bauchi, former President Olusegun Obasanjo and Goodluck Jonathan, among others, questioned the very architecture of Nigeria's democracy, from the presidential system and political parties to the judiciary, federalism, and the meaning of representation. And with me to assess the week that was are two commentators on opposite sides of the political divide. And they are Mazi Nnamdi Dixon Irebu, who is a political analyst, member of the opposition NDC, and an obedient and was a House of Representatives aspirant under the banner of the NDC, and Dr. Taufik Raimi, who is a development expert, business economist, and member of the ruling APC and the Tinubu support group. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you for
Let me
us.
start with you, Dr. Raimi. President Tinubu has now charged INEC to deliver a free, fair, and transparent election and directed security agencies to protect voters and officials. Is that enough to reassure Nigerians, or will the credibility of the election ultimately be judged by what happens on the ground rather than what is said in Abuja?
Okay, thank you, Charles, for having me. And this is a very important question. I think your two premises are very correct. And I think it's also practiced by their president, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is what to the security agencies who are going to provide the adequate security for our voters and all the stakeholders involved in the Osun election is very important. Because as a leader, you have to always, at every point in time, remind our people of their responsibility. Responsibility to themselves and responsibility to others. Because the president will not be happy to see anyone injured, let alone die, out of a process just to elect one man. Also, it's not just about a governor. A governor is just one person, an individual. So what happens to every other person? So the president is very passionate, and that is why he has directed the INEC, please guarantee free, fair, credible, acceptable election in Osun State. Let the best candidate win. Because, so I believe that's outside the first leg of his instruction. As regards whether, yes, votes or winner will be determined by the people. And that is why when you look at our own party, All Progressive Congress, APC, and our various stakeholders, e.g., Tinubu Support Group, we have been our leader, Right Honorable James Faleke, and others. I've been in Osun for 2 weeks.
We can't talk about the campaign, and we can't talk about who can win and who will not win.
So
because
I'm only saying that
that is prescribed.
I know. That's why I'm very careful.
So no campaign.
There's no campaign.
Rhetoric.
I'm only saying that he has already done the second leg of your question by whatever we have done, and Osun people, we have spoken to them. I believe they will make their judgment, and the judgment will be good for us.
Let me come to you, Mazi Dixon Irebu. Thank you for joining us. President Tinubu says Osun should be a test case for INEC's preparedness for 2027. What will you be looking out for to determine whether INEC has actually passed that test?
First, I want to thank your last guest before we came on board. He spoke passionately.
Jacob Ele.
That was a statement.
Brilliant, wasn't he?
All the
Absolutely
views expressed were just all about the nation and passionately expressed. I thank him. I also want to believe that what the president just said is more like a tactical withdrawal from the statement he made about all being fair in politics when he spoke.
Well, the context was different.
Well, but you see, when you are the leader, father of the nation, you should be cautious what to say. That can, instigate or stir actions of other people, like we're witnessing some of the excesses in Osun and all of that. If this statement is genuine and not just playing to the gallery, I hope that the president will go further to, behind the scene, ensure that the process is clean and clear, all right? And then INEC, now that they have heard from the president, who spoke for them, when the same bishops from the Catholic Church came to him, because the president acted more like their spokesperson. Now that they have heard from the president, I would want to believe that the current chairman of INEC should understand that this is more like a litmus test for him. Because if he gets it
JPC wá wà lórí ẹ̀ ní JPC tó báyìí láì máa mọ pé kò sí.
Àwọn ẹgbẹ́ APC àwọn máa bọ̀ yẹn kúrò.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n, àtúnlọ̀pọ̀ mi ni APC Yorùbá la fi wá. Ẹ máa bá a sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá. Ẹ máa ṣàlàyé ẹ̀kọ́ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀.
Owó yìí. Owó yìí. Owó ìyàlọ́gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn APC ní wọ́n fọ́ ní 7 wọ́n kí wọ́n fáwọn èèyàn kí ní tó bí fáwọn èèyàn lọ́wọ́ ní so kí ní káàdì wọn ní APC phone number wọn ní ó kọ sí wọn kọ ní APC oníjàwá APC ní APC number 5 agbàkan ní wọ́n fọ́ unit 13 ní unit gómìnà kankan àwọn APC lọ́wọ́ bẹ̀ wọ́n ń pínwó so àwọn bá wọn fọ wọn láwọn bá wọn jà àkànlé wọn pọ̀ fún gbowó tó ẹgbẹ́ òfin tí wọ́n fún wa ní pé ká má pòwó fẹ́ nìkan pé ká lọ dìbò ẹgbẹ́ òfin ẹ̀bọ̀n lọ so ọlọ́run tó bàjẹ́. àwọn ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ wọ́n sá lọ bọ́líbàdì kan ni wọ́n fi gbówó lọ àwọn ẹ̀tọ́ alẹ́ múra gbélé lọ́wọ́ wọn. àwọn APC evidence wà lọ́wọ́
Gómìnà wo lẹ ń sọ?
Gómìnà Adé Rẹ́gọ̀rọ̀ Salam ìwà lóye ADC candidate kọ́ndìbò ní unity kọ́ndìdè ní unity àwọn APC tó ń pín wọ́n bẹ̀ wá sí bí owó tiwọn náà àtúnlọ́bọ̀ mi báyìí bí ẹjẹ́ kí n wá gorí fún mi ní bí aago mẹ́wàá kọjá ogún ìṣẹ́jú ní unit 13 aago mẹ́wàá ní 10:30 ní unit 7 wọ́n 4 àtúnlọ́wọ́ àjọ unity mi báyìí. Ọlọ́run nìkan máa kí lórúkọ yín. Adésọjí Gàfà. Adésọjí Gàfà. Kò ní bàjẹ́. Bàjẹ́ eré à. Ọya let's go let's go.
We were in Ejigbo, local government area of Osun State, and from what we have been hearing is that a political party has been accused of vote buying. If you hear what they were saying, they're mentioning the party and mentioning the candidates involved.
Who gave the guy's name? The guy was
Ó dárúkọ ẹ̀, Gàfà.
Mo ti stop sókè ní your mic mi lára ẹ̀.
For those that are asking us to translate, we are in Ejigbo local government area of Osun State, where a party has been accused of vote buying. They're mentioning the candidates, and also in the live we saw the insignia of that party. You know, so but if you don't know, if you've been following the political side of things here in Osun State, you definitely know the party and all of that. But it's not verified yet. You know, we have the evidence, we have seen it, but it's beyond that. You know, it's an election season. So many things is ongoing. But we are at the scene of the polling unit, and it happened to be brought just a few meters away from the polling unit.
Sorry, sir. Sorry.